Chapter 1346. With a muffled thud, Du Xiaofu's body once again fell to the ground, shaking the earth and mountains as he spat out pale golden blood. At the same time, Jialo Juexi's figure did not stop at all. His figure swooped down as fast as lightning, and the claw in his hand erupted with a dazzling black and gold light that pierced through space. The claw mark distorted the void as a supreme power surged along with the demonic aura. Under the terrifying power, Jialo Juexi's claw mark swooped down on Du Xiaofu. Even the ground around Du Xiaofu's body exploded with a series of rapid cracking sounds, accompanied by the sharp sound of breaking wind, like the howling of a gale. Everyone in the surrounding square frowned, worried that Du Xiaofu, who had been injured again, would not be able to resist Jialo Juexi's full strength. But at this moment, the gazes of many elders and protectors in the elders' seats were somewhat nervous and expectant. At this moment, they hoped that Du Xiaofu could win. If Jialo Juexi won, the consequences would be unimaginable. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, Du Xiaofu also began to move at the same time. His body flew up rapidly, the golden wings of the rock burst with golden light, and a low voice came out from his mouth, "Holy shit, he's really strong." In a flash, Du Xiaofu's golden light flashed, drifting like a deity, changing unpredictably. His figure once again disappeared in an incomparably mysterious and unpredictable way at the last moment when the claw print was about to collapse from above. This was Du Xiaofu's wave-treading free steps combined with the speed of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. This speed was absolutely like a ghost, as fast as lightning. For a long time, there had been very few people who could compare with Du Xiaofu in terms of speed at the same cultivation level. Du Xiaofu escaped once more, escaping from the Jialo Juemao's claw print that distorted space. The Jialo Juemao's claw print landed on the square. Immediately, the thousands of meters of rune array seals on the square were torn apart. Dozens of layers of rune array seals swept out in all directions, the power of destruction overwhelming the entire square. What a fast and strange speed! Seeing that Du Xiaofu had actually managed to escape again in his panic and avoid that fierce attack, some of the elders and protectors of the golden-winged great rocks were surprised. This kind of speed was definitely not something that could be completely avoided just by being fast. Du Xiaofu's kind of speed was not only fast, but also unpredictable and incomparably mysterious. Once again, Jialo Jumi's face sank even more as his attack missed. Originally, Jialo Jumi had never really taken a human seriously, but now that they were exchanging blows, he was gradually shocked. Humph! With a low snort, Jialo Jumi once again pounced forward like lightning from a low altitude. That's the only way. Seeing Jialo Jumi pouncing straight at him, Du Xiaofu's face twitched. Gritting his teeth, the soles of his feet flickered with golden light. Borrowing the power of the golden-winged great rocks on his back, he immediately turned into a golden rainbow, leaving behind afterimages as he fled unpredictably over the square. Hey, what is that human doing? Looking at the fleeing Du Xiaofu, the elders of the golden-winged great rocks, Jialo Changtian, Jialo Kaling, the Great Elder, and the others, even Gui Che, Phantom Tiger King, Guqin Devil, and the others were puzzled. At this moment, Du Xiaofu seemed to be rapidly condensing hand seals in his hands as he ran. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was condensing his trump card, and did not dare to leap into the sky. That was because in the air, the advantage of the wave-surfing freedom steps was much weaker in front of Jialo Jumi. On the square, the carefree ripple steps, which was unpredictable and as swift as a god, would be able to display its full potential. You can't escape. A sharp and gloomy voice resounded through the square. After a long battle, Jialo Jumi's indifferent expression changed. His state of mind was gradually affected and became more violent and fierce. The moment his voice fell, his energy finally fell on Du Xiaofu's back again. Bang! The black-gold energy fell, but was blocked by the golden-winged great rocks behind Du Xiaofu. golden light overflowed, revealing faint traces of cracks. Deng deng, a huge wave of energy hit his body, causing him to stagger forward. Puff! Du Xiaofu's face was pale and he spat out blood. However, he did not dare to relax and used the momentum to push his speed to the extreme. Rumble, at the same time, Jialo Jumi's claw fell again. Du Xiaofu quickly escaped. The claw fell on the ground behind him. Under the violent destructive power, Du Xiaofu's qi and blood were in turmoil. The hand seal condensed in his hand seemed to be affected a lot, but then it stabilized. Damn it, how can this guy be so fast? Du Xiaofu's face was pale and he muttered curses. However, he did not dare to stop. The keen power of his spirit was spying on the movements of Jialo Jumi behind him. The speed of the wave-surfing freedom steps was at the extreme. The hand seal in his hand was also quickly condensing. A golden and silver-white energy diffused from his palm and then merged together. Walala, at the same time, a silver-black light energy once again gushed out from Du Xiaofu's palm and converged toward the golden and silver-white energy that had just gathered. Boom! When the three kinds of energy were about to merge together, Du Xiaofu's body suddenly felt like a bomb was about to explode. His body stagnated, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of pale golden blood. I don't want to. I must succeed. Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth. The arrow was already knocked on the bowstring. He had no way out now. Golden light erupted under his feet and the golden wings on his back flapped. His figure continued to flee around the square like a ghost. Bang bang bang, on the square, a series of terrifying attacks resounded. Dazzling black and gold runes erupted, and a monstrous demonic aura filled the sky. Jialo Jumi's fierce attacks constantly fell on the square behind Du Xiaofu, causing the square to be overturned and dust to fly and many places to be cracked. Although Jialo Jumi was fast, his speed could be said to be even faster than Du Xiaofu's. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's ethereal and unpredictable body movements had greatly affected Jialo Jumi. Every time Du Xiaofu's figure fell into Jialo Jumi's attack, he would be strangely avoided in an instant. It could be said that if not for his unpredictable and ethereal body movements, Du Xiaofu would have been tortured even more miserably at this moment. Of course, this was also because Du Xiaofu's spirit was powerful and could keenly spy on Jialo Jumi's every move. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape. It could be said that at this moment, Du Xiaofu could still barely hold on because of his extremely fast speed, the ethereal carefree steps, and the powerful and keen spirit power. None of them could be missing. Around the square, everyone was dumbfounded at this moment. Under the gazes of the crowd, Du Xiaofu's figure was like a ghost, barely escaping from danger. Although he was in a sorry state like a bear, under the increasingly violent and ruthless attacks of the Jialo Jumi, he was barely able to resist. That guy is good at escaping. Seeing Du Xiaofu's escaping speed and unpredictability at this moment, many of the golden-winged Great Ping Bird clan's disciples sighed in admiration. No matter what, this was definitely a method. It's getting worse and worse. However, for those super experts, Zi Xian, Jialo Kai Ling, Jialo Changtian, the Great Elder, Little Xingxing, Gui Che, Qin Mo, and the others, their gazes began to become more and more solemn. They could see that Du Xiaofu's situation was getting worse and worse. Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled sounds rang out in the square. Although Du Xiaofu was able to avoid them by a hair's breadth, the impact of the energy waves hit Du Xiaofu's body fiercely every time, causing Du Xiaofu to be greatly affected. The aura on Du Xiaofu's body became more and more dispirited, and the golden light on the golden ping wings on his back became dimmer. However, under such circumstances, there were three kinds of light gradually converging on Du Xiaofu's body. The space in front of him began to distort in a strange arc, and a terrifying aura was gradually emitted. That human seems a little strange. Du Xiaofu's actions could not escape the prying eyes of the surrounding experts. When they felt the aura that was being emitted from Du Xiaofu's body, their gazes became solemn. There seems to be a terrifying aura on his body that is increasing. What kind of trump card is that? Jialo Kai Ling's beautiful eyes darkened slightly. She also felt an extremely terrifying aura on Du Xiaofu's body that was getting stronger and stronger. At the back of the square, Jialo Juexi seemed to have also felt the aura on Du Xiaofu's body become more and more terrifying. His figure instantly stopped as he stared at Du Xiaofu, who was escaping like a ghost in front of him. At this moment, his brows were slightly furrowed on his gloomy face. Almost at the same time, Du Xiaofu's body, which was escaping like a ghost, also stopped in the square and suddenly turned around. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and looked at Jialo Juexi in front of him. The purple robe on his body had long been soaked in blood. On his pale face, the corners of his mouth were dripping with blood, and the arc of his smile was extremely ferocious. Chapter 1347. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. At this moment, Jialo Jumi, Jialo Changtian, Jialo Kaling, First Elder, Zi Xian, Little Xingxing, Guqin Demon, Jialo Juyu and the others all had their eyes fixed on Du Xiaofu's slightly lowered right palm. At this moment, a mass of energy covered Du Xiaofu's right palm, forming a handprint. This handprint was of 3 colors: gold, black and silver. It was crystal clear and full of runes. This sparkling and translucent 3-colored handprint was rather calm. However, at this moment, everyone could feel a heart-palpitating fluctuation spreading out from within the handprint. It caused even martial domain realm cultivators to feel their hearts palpitating. What kind of martial skill is this? Why is it so terrifying? What a strange martial skill. It seems to contain a kind of martial way. It doesn't seem to be just one kind of martial way. There are at least 3 kinds of martial ways. The expressions of the surrounding experts changed. They could vaguely feel how terrifying Du Xiaofu's handprint was. That kind of terrifying energy fluctuation caused even the first elder, Jialo Changtian, and the other super experts to waver in their eyes. Looking at the strange 3-colored energy rune handprint in Du Xiaofu's hand, Jialo Jumi's eyes twitched. His gloomy face trembled violently at this moment. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's lips curled up savagely. This was an attack formed by the superposition of the Xiaoyang seal, Taiyin seal and Shaoyin seal. Back then, Du Xiaofu had used Dragon 8 to exchange for a Qianquan bag from Long Feng and Long Bao. It was an extremely ordinary but strange stone wall. Long Feng, Long Bao and the other dragons didn't know what the stone wall was, but Du Xiaofu's mind probed the Qianquan bag and immediately agreed to release Dragon 8. Others didn't know what the stone wall was, but Du Xiaofu knew it best. It was the stone wall that hid the Xuanhuan 4 elephants seal. He didn't know where Long Feng and Long Bao had gotten it. To Du Xiaofu, that stone tablet was definitely a precious treasure that could only be encountered by chance. Not long ago, in the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu had also comprehended the stone wall and obtained the second seal of the Xuanhuan 4 elephants seal, the Shaoyin seal. However, this was his first time condensing the third seal. With 3 seals stacked on top of each other, the power of the 2 seals would increase exponentially. However, it would undoubtedly be much more difficult to fuse them together. Du Xiaofu had almost failed just now and almost suffered a backlash. Fortunately, he had succeeded in the end. Being chased by Jialo Juexiao like a bear, Du Xiaofu did not feel good. He had never been in such a sorry state among his peers. Even when Du Xiaofu had killed Dragon 9, he hadn't been in such a sorry state. This was enough to prove how terrifying Jialo Jueme was. Of course, Du Xiaofu also knew that Jialo Jueme was now at the peak of the Nirvana stage of the Beast region, while he had just broken through to the Nirvana stage. Although they seemed to be on the same level, there was only a small gap between them. However, when it came to the Nirvana stage, this gap was comparable to the gap between his cultivation and Dragon 9's. Moreover, with Long Zhou's talent, although he was also a supreme beast and had a terrifying talent, compared to Jialo Jumi, it was still not enough. You motherfucker, you've chased me for so long, isn't it very satisfying? Now it's my turn. Looking at Jialo Jumi, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and grinned savagely. Without any hesitation, the three-colored dazzling handprint on his right palm directly cut through space and slammed towards Jialo Jumi. Boom! The handprint expanded in the wind and the runes shone brightly. The three-colored runes contained a terrifying destructive power. That destructive power overflowed and spread, causing Jialo Jume's face to darken. It was too late. As Jialo Jume rapidly retreated, a black gold rune golden-winged rock phantom enveloped his body. Everything happened as fast as lightning. The three-colored handprint had already landed on the black gold golden-winged rock phantom around Jialo Jume and exploded. Boom! The three-colored handprint exploded, causing the entire square to tremble. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The air trembled violently. Crack, 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 crack. The square, which had been cracked by the battle between Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Jume, was now filled with a series of cracking sounds. The ground of the square was shattered into fine powder. Large pieces of sand and stones were sent flying. The space was in chaos. An energy storm swept out in all directions, sweeping up large pieces of rock like a tornado. The terrifying impact caused a pitch-black circle of light to appear above the square. It was like a black hole that swallowed everything before gradually disappearing. In the chaotic space of the square, it was difficult to see what was going on. The gazes outside the square had long been dumbfounded and frightened. Under the terrifying three-colored handprint, such a terrifying destructive power was created almost in the blink of an eye. A large area of the square, which was supported by seal restrictions and talisman arrays, was almost instantly destroyed. Such a terrifying destructive power caused many of the supermasters present to turn pale. Under such a destructive power, cultivators with sufficient strength could feel that an ordinary peak Nirvana beast venerable would be seriously injured, if not killed. A weaker Nirvana martial venerable would almost be blown to pieces. There was no doubt that they would die. So strong. At this moment, many disciples of the Golden-Winged Rock clan instinctively retreated a little. When the destructive power swept out, they gasped and were shocked. Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Juekong, who had been silently watching the battle in the square, looked at the destructive power in the center of the square. Their eyes trembled fiercely. How can that human Du Xiaofu have such a terrifying martial skill? It's too strong. Can Jialo Juekong withstand it? At this moment, even some disciples of the Golden-Winged Rock clan began to worry for Jialo Juekong. The palm that Du Xiaofu had used just now was really too terrifying. The energy wind dissipated, and the chaotic square gradually became clear. Du Xiaofu's figure also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at the purple-robed figure, the golden-winged rock talisman on his back was dim and the aura on his body was extremely weak, but the figure was deeply shocked in everyone's eyes. At this moment, no disciple of the golden-winged rock clan felt that the purple-robed youth was insignificant. A human Nirvana martial venerable, who had just broken through to the Nirvana martial venerable realm, was so terrifying that even the real golden-winged rock was shocked. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly, his face as pale as ash. This was the first time that Du Xiaofu had used the three superimposed mysterious four images seal. The power of the three superimposed seal shocked him. It could be said that the three superimposed mysterious four images seal's power was far stronger than the tyrannical fist path and the tyrannical energy path. However, the way of the tyrannical fist, way of the tyrannical chi, and the others were all extremely profound and vast. As he comprehended them, his power could increase exponentially. It was hard for Du Xiaofu to say how strong he would become in the future. Gulp, then, Du Xiaofu immediately took out a large amount of spiritual herbs and elixirs from his Qiankuan bag and stuffed them into his mouth, without hesitation. The consumption just now was too terrifying. It was much more terrifying than the consumption of the tyrannical fist path and the tyrannical fist path. It could be said that the 3 superimposed mysterious 4 images seal's consumption was almost going to exhaust Du Xiaofu's huge divine watchtower. Du Xiaofu didn't have the confidence to completely deal with Jialo Jumi by relying on the 3 superimposed mysterious 4 images seal. It was better to recover quickly. Jialo Jumi was really abnormally strong. Du Xiaofu had guessed correctly. As he chewed on the elixirs and pills in his mouth, a black figure slowly appeared in the dissipating energy storm. The surrounding golden-winged great rock's illusory figure had disappeared. Under the gazes of the many people present, it appeared clearly. He resisted it. Looking at the black figure, the increasingly clear face appeared in everyone's eyes, causing the surrounding people's faces to change in surprise. Who else could it be but Jialo Jumi? Looking at Jialo Jumi's current appearance, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. At this moment, Jialo Jumi's black clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled. His aura seemed to be somewhat chaotic. There was a faint trace of blood on Jialo Jumi's face. It was unknown whether he was injured or not, but he looked extremely miserable. Damn, there's no need to be so strong. When Du Xiaofu saw Jialo Jumi, the expression on his face suddenly stiffened. He then smiled bitterly and cursed inwardly. Du Xiaofu knew that he had already gone all out, but Jialo Jumi, that terrifying guy, had actually withstood it. He only looked a little miserable, and at most, he had suffered some minor injuries. Grandma, little Xingxing looked down at the sky. When he saw Jialo Jumi's figure appear again, the old lady's little hand couldn't help but exert some force. You're going to use your full strength. The expression on the old lady's wrinkled face didn't change much. She pulled little Xingxing to her side and quietly watched the battle in the field. Jialo Jumi's figure slowly walked out. His jet-black deep eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu's body. They were as sharp as a blade, and the demonic aura began to surge out. A low voice came from his mouth. Boy, I have indeed changed my opinion of you. To be able to make me use my true body, you are the second human among my peers. Chi, as his voice faded, a monstrous black and gold light suddenly swept out from his body, and his body suddenly swelled. Chapter 1348. G. In the next instant, a dazzling dark golden light soared into the sky, covering it. A dark golden rock appeared, its wingspan spanning 1,000 zhang, covering the sky and the earth. A terrifying pressure descended, causing the world to tremble. It was Jialo Juexiao's true body. Its pitch-black eyes were like 2 black holes as it looked down, causing one's heart to palpitate, as if it could devour one's soul. Jialo Juexiao was actually forced to use his true body. Many golden-winged rock disciples stared at Jialo Juexiao's terrifying true body. Even Jialo Jueyu was no match for it, but Jialo Juexiao had also used his true body against Du Xiaofu. This was enough to prove how terrifying that human Du Xiaofu was. Kid, it's all over now. Jialo Juexiao's pitch-black eyes flashed with a sharp chill. Behind his dark golden body, dark golden light suddenly surged, and runes began to flow. A pressure that soared into the sky exploded, and 27 dazzling feathers wrapped in dark golden light appeared on his body. Those were 27 true rock feathers. Jialo Juexiao had already used them in his battle with Jialo Ju. Although Jialo Juexiao had taken away Jialo Jueyu's 9 true rock feathers, he had not refined them yet. At this moment, he could only use the 27 true rock feathers he had refined. Oh my god, Jialo Jumi is really angry. 27 true rock feathers. Jialo Juexiao wants to kill that Du Xiaofu in one fell swoop. But at this moment, seeing Jialo Juexiao use his true body and use 27 true rock feathers in one go, the expressions of the elders, protectors, and all the golden-winged rock disciples changed. Even Jialo Changtian and the old lady's eyes flashed with a golden light like lightning. Zishuan looked at the 27 true rock feathers in the air, her purple eyes quietly surging with a gorgeous color. Swish, 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 27 feathers wrapped in black and gold light flew out. Under the control of the Jialo Jumi, they seemed to have turned into 27 battle spears, causing the space to ripple and the wind to howl. High up in the sky, the clouds surged. 27 feather spears, resplendent like lightning, pierced through the air, powerful and intimidating. Gee! The 27 feathered spears seemed indestructible as they carried the golden rock along with them. An illusory phenomenon appeared, and it was terrifyingly powerful as it instantly flashed towards Du Xiaofu. At this moment, no matter who it was, they couldn't help but gasp for Du Xiaofu. With the power of Jialo Jumi's 20 true rock feathers, even a cultivator at the initial stage of the martial domain would have to avoid it. They wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Once they were swept up, the consequences could be imagined. At the same time, Du Xiaofu also moved. The moment his figure retreated, the rock flapped its golden wings and continued to leap into the air. Starting from his body, the space suddenly began to tremble, and a monstrous aura gushed out. At the same time, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from Du Xiaofu's right palm like a divine light. Awoo! The dazzling light spread out from the talisman runes, and the faint roars of dragons and tigers, as well as the cries of birds and turtles, resounded throughout this part of the world. Boom! The sound waves shook one's soul, accompanied by bursts of wind and thunder, as if ghosts were crying and gods were howling from the void. Du Xiaofu stood in the air, the rock wings on his back flapping. The light in his hand grew brighter and brighter, causing all the gazes around the square to fall on Du Xiaofu's body. Everyone could feel that there was a terrifying aura that was about to burst out from the right hand of that tall and straight figure. Awoo! In a short moment, the sky was filled with purple-gold light from Du Xiaofu's right palm. The purple-gold heavenly tower was born, and the god of all weapons was peerless in the sky. At this moment, the dazzling talisman runes soared into the sky from the purple-gold heavenly tower, and a dazzling light erupted like a suppressed volcano. The sound waves were like wind and thunder, and the cries of ghosts and gods were like the roars of gods and demons. The divine weapon was entirely purple gold, with the bones of a tiger and the body of a dragon. It was like a heavenly phoenix flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. It was like a red phoenix facing the sun, crossing the 9 heavens, and the surrounding space was distorted and shattered. This terrifying power caused all the gazes below to tremble violently, and their gazes fell on the purple-gold heavenly tower in Du Xiaofu's hand, as if they had been electrocuted. "Do you really think that I'm a pushover?" Du Xiaofu shouted, and the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand flew out. The birth of a peerless divine weapon, the roars of dragons and tigers, and the cries of birds and turtles. Awoo! At the same time, from the purple-gold heavenly tower, within the dazzling purple-gold runes, an azure dragon, a white tiger, a phoenix and a black tortoise appeared. The appearance of the 4 beasts caused the space around them to collapse, and a terrifying aura descended upon the entire space, causing one's soul to tremble. The 4 beasts roared, and the astonishing pressure became even more shocking. The aura of a peerless divine weapon spread out, and directly occupied the sky, blocking the 27 feathers of the Jialo beasts. The terrifying aura of the 4 beasts surged in all directions, covering the sky and the earth, causing many of the disciples of the golden-winged great rocks to tremble. What a powerful divine weapon! So that human Du Xiaofu has such a treasure on him. The gazes around the square were shocked. That divine weapon was terrifying, and accompanied by a terrifying sword aura, streaks of sword light flew out, causing cracks to appear on the surface of the ripples in the space. The cracks spread across the sky one after another, intertwining like a spider web. At this moment, Looking at the purple-gold heavenly tower that Du Xiaofu had suddenly summoned, Jialo Beast's eyes slightly surged. He flapped his wings, and the 27 feathers transformed into a dazzling spear, piercing through the air and piercing the 4 beasts' phantoms, intending to destroy them with a mighty aura. The purple-gold heavenly tower was very strong, but the 27 feathers of the true rock seemed to be even stronger, gradually suppressing the 4 beasts' phantoms. The feathers of the true rock were extraordinary. They were treasures among treasures, and could be considered one of the treasures of the golden-winged great rocks. For countless years, there were only 9 feathers of the true rock in the golden-winged great rock. And now, Jialo Beasts had activated a total of 27 feathers of the true rock. How terrifying! Pucci, at the same time that the 4 beasts' phantoms on the purple-gold heavenly tower were suppressed, Du Xiaofu was also greatly affected. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood, and a huge pressure wreaked havoc in his body. At the same time that he spat out blood, Du Xiaofu's hand seals flew again, and the afterimages changed, causing the surrounding space to almost freeze. Wild Dragon 9 Heavens, borrow the power of the Qian Dragon. A loud shout came from Du Xiaofu's mouth, resounding throughout the entire arena. A golden light erupted from Shan Jian's body and shot into the sky. At lightning speed, 5 giant dragon phantoms condensed. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was activating the Wild Dragon 9 Heavens of the Universe Dragon Tiger technique, which could increase his strength by a lot in a short period of time. Before this, when Du Xiaofu activated the Wild Dragon 9 Heavens, he only had the power of 4 dragons, but now he had the power of 5 dragons. Ao, 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 the 5 giant dragons roared, and the dragon's roar caused the sky to boil. In an instant, they turned into 5 energy pillars and landed on Du Xiaofu's body like lightning. Boom! In an instant, Du Xiaofu's aura, which had just stepped into the Nirvana Martial Sovereign level, soared like a rocket. When the aura reached the middle stage of the Nirvana Martial Sovereign level, it stopped. The power of 5 dragons, from the edge of the Nirvana Martial Sovereign level to the middle stage of the Nirvana Martial Sovereign level, was already the limit of Du Xiaofu's Wild Dragon 9 Heavens. I never thought that the human would have such a method. At the elders' seats, the third elder's aged face fluctuated quite a bit at this moment. When Du Xiaofu activated the Wild Dragon 9 Heavens, while his strength soared, it all took a long time to describe. The seals formed by his hands were as fast as lightning, and the aura in his body was connected to the purple-gold heavenly tower. The profound energy in his body also poured into the purple-gold heavenly tower like a torrential flood. In an instant, the purple-gold light on the purple-gold heavenly tower became even more dazzling. The 4 beast phantoms of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Phoenix, and Black Tortoise, which had just been suppressed, bounced back and directly resisted the 27 true rock feathers. Rumble in the sky, the sound of this battle was like thunder, shattering space. Below, all the disciples of the golden-winged rock clan were shocked. That human Du Xiaofu was actually so terrifying that he had only used his true strength at this moment. It turned out that he had been hiding his strength from the beginning. Palace Master is so awesome. Looking at Du Xiaofu's heroic battle, Jialo Jueme, Phantom Tiger King, Little Ying, Violent Bear King, and the others were pleasantly surprised, and a heartfelt sense of pride gushed out from their hearts. Jialo Jueme's expression changed once again. He did not expect that the 27 true rock feathers would be used to suppress and defeat the human in one fell swoop. Who knew that the human in front of him would have so many trump cards, and even his 27 true rock feathers would be blocked? An extraordinary divine weapon and a secret technique to increase your strength for a short time, but they are not your true strength. They won't be able to protect you for long. Jialo Jueme shouted in a deep voice. His pitch-black eyes looked down at the sky, like a black hole that wanted to devour the souls of all living beings. He flapped his wings, and the dazzling black gold runes intensified violently, like a burst of divine light. The scene was terrifying. Rumble! Suddenly, the 27 true rock feathers seemed to be affected by something, and they erupted with dazzling runes. In an instant, they arranged themselves in a strange and mysterious way, and finally turned into an illusory phantom of a golden-winged rock with one wing. This phantom of a golden-winged rock, formed by the 27 true rock feathers, was a true rock's golden wing. Dazzling black gold runes filled the sky, and the supreme pressure spread out, directly fanning the 4 beast phantoms. The phantom of the rock's golden wing, accompanied by a screech, pierced through the clouds and cracked stone. It collided with the 4 beast phantoms, and a burst of divine light burst out, filling the sky with golden light. Buzz, buzz! Suddenly, in this confrontation, the sound of the Tao in the sky was like thunder and runes intertwined. On the ground of the square below, cracks quietly exploded. What a powerful pressure! It's impossible to resist. Under such a terrifying pressure, some of the descendants of the golden-winged rock had already prostrated themselves, unable to resist at all. Wild Bear King, Fantasy Tiger King, and the others were also flushed at this moment, and they were using all their strength to resist the terrifying pressure spreading out. Du Xiaofu spat out blood again, and under the impact of the great pressure, the 4 beast phantoms began to crack and fade. Then, even the purple-gold heavenly palace was wrapped in the golden wings formed by the 27 true rock feathers, wanting to completely suppress the purple-gold heavenly palace. Relying on external forces, you are still not enough. Jialo Juime shouted. His main body took the opportunity to dive down from the sky, and from high up in the sky, a giant black gold claw stretched out, tearing through the void and grabbing at Du Xiaofu. Your true rock feathers are only external forces. You want to rely on your main body to fight? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Du Xiaofu raised his head, and golden light shone in his eyes, like golden lightning shooting into the sky. A dazzling golden light suddenly rushed from his body into the sky, sweeping out in all directions. Chapter 1349. Amidst the eruption of golden light, a golden phantom of a 5-fingered mountain appeared behind Du Xiaofu, evolving as if it had been given life. Boom! In that instant, the space around them suddenly trembled as the phantom of the 5-fingered mountain grew larger and larger. Dense, spiritual energy spread out, connecting with the energy of heaven and earth as a terrifying power spread out. In the face of Jialo Jumi's huge black and golden claw, Du Xiaofu collided head-on with the phantom of the 5-fingered mountain behind him. In an instant, the sky was filled with golden talisman runes, exuding a supreme aura. Crackle, the incomparably sharp rock claw that could crush all things landed on the phantom of the 5-fingered mountain. However, it only caused ripples of golden talisman runes, not much of an impact. On the contrary, the phantom of the 5-fingered mountain behind Du Xiaofu seemed to be able to crush all things and suppress all life in the world. It directly collided with Jialo Juime's true body in an attempt to suppress it. So that human is also an earth vein spirit. How can Du Xiaofu's vein spirit be so powerful? It's not ordinary. As Du Xiaofu activated the 5-fingered mountain's vein spirit, a terrifying aura spread out from the 5-fingered mountain peak, causing space to freeze and breathing to become difficult. Many eyes were filled with shock. Rumble, the 5-fingered mountain's vein spirit emitted the sound of wind and thunder, constantly evolving and evolving in the sky. It was like a supreme being had descended, inviolable and inviolable. The golden light talisman runes swept up like a vast ocean wave, like a golden sea, destroying the huge body of the Jialo Jumi that was diving down with one claw and forcing the body to retreat. In the surrounding sky, energy spread out like a wave. Dark golden talisman runes swept out and shattered, blooming beautifully like fireworks as destructive power swept out in all directions. What a powerful aura! Around the square, in the elders' seats, Many golden-winged Ping experts were trembling in shock as they looked at the erupting phantom of the five-fingered mountain. The other golden-winged Ping clan members were already dumbstruck. "Go!" Du Xiaofu shouted. At this moment, his figure stepped onto the enormous five-fingered mountain's vain spirit to assist the purple-gold heavenly tower, using the mountain's vain spirit to suppress the golden wings formed by the 27 true Ping feathers. At the same time, there seemed to be life awakening within the mountain's vain spirit. Golden talisman runes flashed as if it was about to become a living thing, the phantom of a golden ape faintly appearing. Finally, under everyone's shocked eyes, a powerful fluctuation pinged the golden mountain's vain spirit like a storm, a powerful storm. Then, under the dazzling golden talisman runes, the mountain's vain spirit, the mountain peak mountain, a golden ape, a golden ape 1,000 feet. The roar of the golden ape had almost completely materialized. It was no longer an illusion and was infinitely close to a living creature. Zss, it's the heavens, the earth of heaven and earth. Was a the heaven? The golden ape was in the sky, exuding a kind of origin power from heaven and earth. Endless dazzling light burst out, the power seemed to be able to suppress and destroy the surrounding space. Spirit transforming spiritual pulse, this is the vain spirit that has reached the true spirit transforming spiritual pulse. It's not an ordinary spirit transforming spiritual pulse. This Du Xiaofu's talent is really terrifying, unbelievable. Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu said, his face revealing a look of surprise. Among the human martial artists, there were some who could reach the spirit-transforming spiritual pulse in the origin martial honorable realm. However, he knew the power of all the human cultivators he had seen who were at the spirit vein transformation realm. They were far from being comparable to the spirit vein transformation realm vein soul in Du Xiaofu's body. Hearing Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu's praise, the surrounding elders and protectors all agreed. Some people could reach the spirit-transforming spiritual pulse in the origin martial honorable realm, but at this moment, they felt that the aura of Du Xiaofu's spirit-transforming spiritual pulse was extraordinary. Why do I feel that Du Xiaofu's comprehension of the spirit-transforming spiritual pulse has almost reached the point of spirit-transforming spiritual pulse? Fourth Elder Jialo Yi said. From the aura of Du Xiaofu's spirit-transforming spiritual pulse, he felt that the spirit-transforming spiritual pulse was not comparable to an ordinary spirit-transforming spiritual pulse. Beside Jialo Changtian, the great elder looked at Du Xiaofu with ripples in his eyes, revealing a look of doubt. Spirit-transforming spiritual pulse. When Du Xiaoyao was still by his side, the second time he entered Du Xiaoyao's inner space to comprehend, Du Xiaofu's spirit-transforming spiritual pulse had already reached the point of spirit-transforming spiritual pulse. These days, Du Xiaofu had not fallen behind in the comprehension of the spirit-transforming spiritual pulse. However, although Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the spirit-transforming spiritual pulse had been strengthening and transforming, he did not know why he could not truly step into the spirit-transforming spiritual pulse. After breaking through to chaotic element martial venerable, Du Xiaofu had been puzzled because the spirit-transforming spiritual pulse had not yet reached the spirit-transforming spiritual pulse. But this time, in the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu discovered that everything was flowing smoothly, and the spirit-transforming spiritual pulse had quietly stepped into the spirit-transforming spiritual pulse. Aolo, the golden ape's crystalline body roared, and its eyes were bright as if it was born with spiritual eyes. It directly pounced on the golden rock wings formed by the 20 true rock feathers. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted, and the golden ape directly punched out. Golden light flashed on its fist, as if it could push the 4 directions and suppress everything. Buzz buzz! A dull sound exploded as the golden ape's fist landed on the 27 true rock feathers. The golden rock wings formed by the 27 true rock feathers trembled incessantly, and the buzzing sound of wind and thunder resounded through the sky. The golden rock wings formed by the 27 true rock feathers loosened under the golden ape's fist, and cracks began to appear. That's no ordinary spirit transforming spiritual pulse. That's the sovereign of heaven and earth, the red-boned horse monkey. Suddenly, the great elder stood up, his silver-gold robe trembling violently, and ripples appeared in his eyes. The great elder finally remembered the origin of the golden ape. It was the sovereign of heaven and earth, the red-boned horse monkey. The red-boned horse monkey. Hearing this, the surrounding elders and protectors trembled. The words, red-boned horse monkey, were enough to make their faces change color. The golden-winged rock clan was the sovereign of beasts, but the red-boned horse monkey was the sovereign of demons, and one of the most terrifying existences in the world. Giallo Jumi's pitch-black eyes stared at the enormous golden ape, and at this moment, he trembled violently. The terrifying aura made his heart tremble. His pitch-black eyes became sharper, and bright runes surged out. At the same time, a bone under his abdomen seemed to want to break out of his body. In an instant, a pitch-black light rushed out and ancient runes filled the air. Rumble! In a short moment dark clouds rolled in the sky, and there was a faint flash of lightning and thunder. An endless aura of darkness quietly surged out, permeating the world. Woo-woo! In the depths of the sky, it was as if ghosts were crying and gods were howling. The sound made one's hair stand on end, and it made one's origin spirit tremble. Gee, the golden-winged rock clan's disciples in the square below, the weaker ones directly prostrated, and the stronger ones trembled. Giallo Jumi has actually activated the demonic bone. Under the terrifying pressure, many elders and protectors in the elders' seats couldn't help but exclaim. At first, no one thought that Du Xiaofu could resist Giallo Jumi, but now Giallo Jumi was actually forced to use the demonic bone. That Du Xiaofu was actually so powerful. Giallo Jumi has already used the demonic bone. Palace Master, hold on. At this moment, under the terrifying pressure emanating from Giallo Jumi, Phantom Tiger King, Ghost Chariot, Little Ing Ing, Wild Bear King, and the others turned red, and their bodies trembled. You really surprise me more and more. I have to say, I underestimated you at the beginning, but now, in front of the demonic bone, no one can stop you. Giallo Jumi's cold shout echoed in the sky, and his enormous body flapped its wings and rushed out. Dark-like demonic chi filled the sky, as if it was the birth of the 9 nether demonic realm, and the tragic scene of the world about to be destroyed. It directly suppressed Du Xiaofu, his meridian soul golden ape, and the purple-gold heavenly tower. Giallo Jumi's enormous body blotted out the sky. At this moment, he flapped his wings and soared into the clouds. There was no fanciful movement, only the simplest and most domineering sweeping in all directions, suppressing the universe. Chapter 1350. Wherever the enormous golden-winged rock passed, it brought with it the tragic scene of the world about to be destroyed. The illusory image was as real as a dream. Black and gold symbols swept out like waves, and devilish energy surged into the heavens. Everywhere the enormous golden-winged rock passed, space transformed into a vacuum that destroyed everything, revealing a pitch-black circle of light that swallowed everything in the world. Such power made everyone tremble. The golden ape and the heavenly palace of purple gold were affected, bursting forth with dazzling purple-gold light and golden light like the sun to resist. Roar! The golden ape roared as golden light radiated from its entire body. Waves of golden light emanated from its sparkling and translucent body as if a terrifying lord had been born. Mysterious runes that covered the sky surged like a hazy radiance, as if the heavens and the earth had just been created. Giallo Jumi swept through everything and displayed the demonic bone. It was as if a demonic sovereign was suppressing all directions, displaying its terrifying might. Rumble, the enormous golden-winged ping bird flew over, and the demonic aura on its body transformed into a storm that swept out. Resplendent symbols converged and surged out like demonic lightning, piercing through the void before finally wrapping around the golden ape. At this moment, the power of this collision was simply enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, destroying everything. Around the square below, the beast Emperor Realm golden-winged great rock's disciples also began to bleed as they prostrated on the ground. In the end, under the suppression of Jialo Jueliao's devil bone, the golden ape began to find it difficult to hold on, and the purple-gold light on the purple-gold heavenly tower grew dimmer and dimmer. Chi-la-la, in the end, the purple-gold heavenly palace was suppressed, and the golden ape was gradually destroyed into an illusion before dissipating in mid-air. Terrifying demonic chi billowed, and a large area of space became chaotic. Martial honorables and beast honorables were unable to look directly at it. Bang, bang, bang! At this moment, the ground of the square exploded one after another, turning into fine powder. The cracks on the ground continued to spread in all directions. The square was restored, and the storm dissipated. In midair, Jialo Jumi's huge golden-winged great pung surged with demonic chi, its pitch-black eyes looking down at the ground. In the square, everything within several thousand feet was a mess. The ground was filled with cracks. A broadsword was stabbed into the ground. Its light was dim, and it looked like ordinary metal. A figure crawled out from the pile of rubble. His body was covered in dust, his hair was disheveled, and his purple robe was torn. His body was drenched in pale golden blood, and his face was as pale as ash. Other than Du Xiaofu, there was no one else. Pucci, as Du Xiaofu stood up, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. From afar, he looked like a man made of blood. In the end, Du Xiaofu is still lacking compared to the Jialo Jueliao's secret bone. The people around the square sighed in pity. The elders and protectors on the elders' seats also revealed helpless expressions. But at this moment, no one dared to look down on the purple-robed young man. Even though he had lost, he had shocked everyone and made all the golden-winged rocks respect him. You lost. Jialo Jume looked down at Du Xiaofu. Compared to him, Du Xiaofu's human form seemed so small. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at Jialo Jume's huge body. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's teeth were stained with golden blood. His entire body was drenched in blood. That smile gave people an incomparably ferocious and savage feeling. When that ferocious and savage smile rose, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly closed strangely. That Du Xiaofu seems to want to fight. Even that extraordinary bloodline soul was defeated and heavily injured. Does he still have the ability to fight? Looking at Du Xiaofu's appearance, exclamations of surprise immediately spread throughout the square. Some people were looking forward to it, while others were doubtful. He's already so heavily injured and he still wants to fight. That guy is really ruthless. Many of the younger generation of the golden-winged ping bird looked at the purple-robed young man who was covered in blood, and their hearts were secretly filled with reverence. As the descendants of the golden-winged ping bird clan, they had never put humans in their eyes. The key point was that ordinary humans indeed did not have the strength to compare with them. It was like in front of a human, they would never put an ant in their eyes. But at this moment, when they saw that the strength of the human youth was comparable to that of Jialo Juame, that degree of ferocity made them tremble. The most unruly younger generation of the golden-winged ping bird clan began to feel reverence in their hearts. Moreover, Du Xiaofu's body did indeed have the blood of the ping bird clan flowing in it, and he also cultivated the cultivation method of the golden-winged ping bird clan. This caused the younger generation of the golden-winged ping bird clan to gradually feel closer in their hearts. At least, they no longer looked down on and disdained him, and stood on an equal position in their hearts. In the elders' seats, many elders and protectors looked at each other. It seems that he still has the strength to fight. Many old faces at this moment had a look of helplessness in their eyes, and at this moment hope gushed out again. If I'm not wrong, the last trump card should be the martial vein. Jialo Changtian's eyes moved slightly, and he whispered softly, "Chi-chi." Suddenly, just as Jialo Changtian's whisper fell, Du Xiaofu, who had just closed his eyes, suddenly raised his head slightly and opened his eyes. Suddenly, two blazing purple thunderbolts burst out from his eyes. Two purple thunderbolts rushed into the sky as if they were real. Boom! At this moment, the sky above trembled violently, and a purple thundercloud gathered for no reason. The terrifying power of thunder filled the sky in an instant. Purple electric arcs gathered from all directions and occupied the sky in an instant. On the surface of Du Xiaofu's body, dazzling mysterious runes flashed like purple electric arcs, and an invisible wave like ripples spread out in a ring shape. When the invisible wave spread out, thunder clouds rolled in the sky, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. At this moment, Jialo Jumi seemed to feel something, and his dark eyes suddenly trembled. All the way, I have never been defeated by my peers. I have never said that I will lose, so who dares to say that I will lose? Du Xiaofu shouted, and at this moment, his voice was like rolling thunder, and the blazing purple thunderbolts covered his body in an instant, like a rising purple sun. At this moment, countless dazzling thunder runes poured out, and the terrible thunder filled the sky, and countless thunderbolts penetrated the space. An aura that made one's soul palpitate suddenly rippled and spread in this side of the world, and still spread out into the distance. What kind of martial vein is this? How can it be so strong? It is not inferior to the 8 great families. Looking at the terrible martial vein from Du Xiaofu's body at this moment, the eyes of the elders and protectors in the elders' seats trembled fiercely. You have the body of the golden-winged rock, and I also temper my divine feathers, and cleanse my bones and marrow. You are the supreme natural-born beast, and I have honed myself all the way, never daring to slack off. You have the feathers of the true rock, and my martial vein spirit is connected to my brother. You have the demonic bone, and my martial vein has awakened, and I am the supreme lightning. Du Xiaofu spoke, and the lightning in his eyes was frightening, as if it contained a sea of thunder. Step by step, he directly ascended to the blue sky, no longer afraid of the suppression of Jialo Jumi's demonic bone, as if he was ascending to the heavens. With every pause in his voice, Du Xiaofu's aura grew stronger. As he ascended to the heavens, the void trembled with every step, and his aura swelled with every step, and thunder rumbled with every step. At this moment, the purple-robed young man, with arcs of lightning rippling around his body, proudly ascended to the heavens, as if he was going to ascend to the blue sky and sweep across all directions. How valiant, awe-inspiring, domineering, and peerless! After taking over a dozen steps, Du Xiaofu traversed the void and shrunk the space into an inch. His figure had already leaped into the air. Lightning surged within his eyes, and they were like 2 brilliant suns that illuminated the sky as they overlooked the land. Today, when have you ever defeated me? At this moment, the aura in Du Xiaofu's body rose to the limit, and suddenly, like a volcano, erupted from his body. Boom! As Du Xiaofu's last word fell, countless bolts of lightning shot into the sky around him. Purple lightning filled the sky, and in the end, under the stunned gazes of the audience, the countless bolts of purple lightning condensing into a purple-gold thunder rock. The huge purple-gold rock phantom hovered high in the sky, and its entire body was purple-gold in color, blotting out the sun. The purple-gold thunder rock was in the sky, and a strong and domineering aura of destruction filled the air, causing the descendants of the golden-winged rock clan below to begin to tremble, and their beast souls suddenly trembled. Coo! The purple-gold thunder rock screeched, and its voice seemed to penetrate the heavens. Purple lightning arcs raged in the sky, and the lightning was tens of thousands of feet long. It was like a purple-gold sun in the sky, and with a flap of its wings, it directly swept towards the Jialo Jume. The day before yesterday, he went to the gym to treat his arm and scapula muscles, and yesterday, it already affected his update. Today, it's even more serious that his arm muscles hurt when he raised his hand to hold his phone. The soreness is incomparable, and he can't write anymore. The 2 chapters just now, from noon to 7 o'clock now, took a full 8 hours to write. Du Xiaofu's every step caused the void to tremble, and every step caused his aura to rise, and every step caused a thunderclap to resound. Every time I knock, I feel a soreness. At this moment, every word is a wail of pain, and every chapter is a pain worse than death. If little you doesn't feel much better tomorrow, the update will probably be afternoon, and maybe only 2 chapters. Please bear with it, it's really painful. I don't ask for sympathy, and I'll be satisfied if you don't scold me. Chapter 1351. At this moment, Jialo Jumi's pitch-black eyes had begun to fluctuate violently. The terrifying pressure caused his body to tremble, and even the 9 underworld demonic lightning in his body seemed to be affected. The enormous purplish-gold thunder rock flapped its wings and charged forward. Deep within Jialo Jumi's violently fluctuating eyes, his gaze became increasingly sharp. Dark-like demonic chi surged and was released, as if the 9 underworld demonic realm had descended, wanting to crush and destroy the purplish-gold thunder rock. But at this moment, the purplish-gold thunder rock was incomparably domineering, neither dodging nor backing down. The 2 rocks collided, without any fancy moves, only the most simple and domineering confrontation. Purple lightning wreaked havoc, and demonic chi descended like a black sun. Such power was almost enough to destroy the heavens and earth. The collision revealed a pitch-black semicircular arc of light that annihilated everything. Du Xiaofu's figure slowly appeared above the purplish gold rock's head. Compared to its size, it looked small from afar, but its head was raised to the heavens, its eyes like a rolling sea of thunder, and its body overflowing with electric arcs. It was connected to the purplish gold thunder rock, and a vast and unparalleled aura suddenly spread in all directions like a tide. The purplish gold thunder rock was not at a disadvantage against Jialo Jumi's body. The martial vein combined with the supreme beast energy of our clan, what a powerful pressure! What kind of martial vein is that? Could it be below Jialo Jumi's demonic bone? Du Xiaofu has just broken through to Nirvana martial sovereign. If he had also reached the peak of Nirvana, Jialo Jumi would not be able to resist. At this moment, the elders and protectors of the Golden-Winged Rock clan were all astonished. Sensing the confrontation in the sky, the eyes on the old lady's old face quietly fluctuated. The palace master is really so ferocious and powerful. The spiritual illusion Tiger King, Little Ing, Raging Bear King, Little Falcon and the rest felt the vast and mighty aura that spread from the purple-gold large lightning rock illusory figure and the body of the young man above their heads. Although their faces were flushed red as they used all their strength to resist the pressure, their expressions were also stunned and stunned. Rumble, the 2 golden-winged rocks suppressed each other and spread their wings. In an instant, the sky rumbled and the cries of ghosts and gods rang out. Thunder rumbled, and dazzling purple-gold lightning filled the void. Demonic energy overflowed into the heavens, as if it had rushed out from the demonic realm. It was incomparably terrifying. Purple lightning wreaked havoc as the murderous aura spread out. It didn't carry any murderous intent, but it displayed the majesty of creation and the righteousness of the world. It was capable of sweeping through the heavens and punishing the common people. At that moment, the confrontation between the 2 of them drowned out the entire world. It was as if they wanted to destroy everything. Rumble on the square, the talisman arrays and seals that had already been greatly affected began to shatter one after another. In that collision, under the terrifying pressure released by the purple-gold thunder rock and the Jialo demon rock, some of the golden-winged great rocks around the square who were not strong enough spat out blood. On the purple-gold thunder rock, Du Xiaofu's mouth was bleeding. The gigantic black-gold demonic rock blotted out the sky, and blood flowed out of its mouth. The 2 of them seemed to be in a stalemate, and both of them were spitting out blood. The light on Du Xiaofu's purple-gold thunder rock began to dim a little, and the lightning was also weakening. Under the ravaging lightning, the Jialo demon's body was corroded by the lightning, and its feathers were stained with blood. Such a martial vein is actually not inferior to his. How is this possible? How is this possible? Jialo demon's dark eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. The demonic energy around his body was monstrous, and then an unruly and fierce expression gushed out. He sneered loudly. Even if you have such a martial vein, you will still lose. You have already used your martial vein, and you have already reached the limit. As for me, I still have the 9 underworld demonic thunder. Boom! As the sneer fell, the surrounding void once again trembled violently. Within the Jialo demon's body, a black light suddenly rushed out, and in an instant, it turned into black lightning that raged together. The black light surged, and at this moment the dark clouds rolled. With the Jialo demon's body as the center, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The sky exploded, and hundreds of feet of black lightning arcs overflowed. Spirit thunder! Jialo demon actually used spirit thunder in the end. What a terrifying spirit thunder! It seems to be able to destroy everything. Du Xiaofu has actually used Jialo demon to such a degree. The black lightning suddenly surged out again, and the beast spirits below were all terrified. On the elders' seats, the golden light in the eyes of many old faces began to tremble. Jialo demon has even activated spirit thunder. The divine ape king, fire flood dragon king, spiritual tiger king, wild bear king and the others stared blankly above. They quietly clenched their fists, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. In just a short moment, the entire sky above Jialo Jumi's body had turned into a sea of black lightning. Densely packed black lightning arcs filled the sky, wanting to drown the world. It seemed to be able to contend with the lightning brought by the purple-gold thunder rock. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, and a series of thunderclaps exploded, accompanied by the descent of the terrifying 9 underworld demonic thunder. Finally, the black lightning rippled and surged, and turned into a black lightning seal. You are already an arrow at the end of its flight. Under the 9 underworld demonic thunder, you can no longer resist. Jialo demon shouted coldly. The black lightning seal was bright and blazing, and under its activation, it suddenly slammed towards Du Xiaofu. Rumble! The black lightning seal swept out, like a demon's domain covering the sky. Wherever it passed, the void turned into nothingness, accompanied by arcs of lightning as thick as an arm flashing in the void. It made one's heart palpitate and soul tremble, and their hair stand on end. Along the way, the black lightning undulated like an ocean, full of demonic chi and some kind of terrifying destructive power, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Such a spiritual thunder might not necessarily be stronger than the demonic bone that Jialo demon was activating at this moment. However, at this moment, the might of Jialo Ju's demon bone, coupled with the 9 nether demon lightning that would not be under the might of the demon bone, caused the surrounding experts of the golden-winged great Pung bird disciples to begin to tremble. Can the palace lords still resist? Just now, the second commander was defeated. Can that human Du Xiaofu resist Jialo demon's attack now? Is he stronger than the second commander? Fantasy Tiger King, Gui Che, Guqin Demon, Divine Ape King, and the experts of the golden-winged Great Pung clan all stared blankly at the sky, their nerves tense. Especially the experts of the golden-winged Great Pung clan, who were in the middle of the battle in the sky at this moment, were also shocked. In the hearts of these elders and protectors of the golden-winged Great Pung clan, the stronger Jialo demon was, the more unimaginable the consequences would be. At this moment, deep in their hearts, they even hoped that Du Xiaofu could resist Jialo demon. Placing the hopes of the entire golden-winged Great Pung clan on a human made these elders and protectors sigh helplessly in their hearts. In the past, they would have found this outcome laughable. Beside Guqin Demon and the others, Zixian looked at the huge black lightning seal with a solemn expression on her beautiful face. However, Zixian's purple eyes looked towards Du Xiaofu, who was on the purple-gold thunder rock. She saw that his expression did not change. Her towering chest rose and fell slightly. She seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Soon after, her beautiful face became indifferent and calm. Can that human still withstand it? The black lightning seal had already descended in an instant. Many of the golden-winged Great Ping clan below also had a look of anticipation in their eyes, as golden light surged in their eyes. And just when the terrifying black lightning seal was less than 500 feet away, Du Xiaofu finally moved on the purple-gold thunder rock under the expectant and complicated gazes of many people below. Then, a series of hand seals quickly condensed. You still have one spiritual thunder, and you think that I'm already an arrow at the end of its flight? The corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth curled up into a smile. That smile seemed to contain a hint of mockery. An indifferent voice rang out from his mouth, and resounded in the sky above the blazing square. He said, "It's only one spiritual thunderbolt. There's nothing to show off. As for me, I have 2 spiritual thunderbolts, and I won't easily show them off." Chapter 1352. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Just as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, a silver-yellow arc of lightning shot out from between his brows, releasing a violent and destructive pressure. It then transformed into a giant silver-yellow lightning tree in front of him. Boom! In that instant, another wave of supreme being pressure descended, emanating from the strange silver-yellow lightning tree. It was the power condensed from the 2 spirit lightning soul seeds and spirit root in Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. It was the silver lightning tree formed from the silvernet soul-devouring lightning and earth-shattering thunder. Under the effects of the mysterious technique, it had miraculously merged with the spirit root. The mysterious runes of the spirit root covered the entire silver-yellow lightning tree. An ancient and domineering aura that could not be provoked, containing violent destruction. At that moment, Jialo Juexiao had activated a bolt of spirit lightning. This was also the first time Du Xiaofu had used the power of spirit lightning. Back at the Hehuan school, when the silvernet soul-devouring lightning and earth-shattering thunder had merged with the spirit root, Du Xiaofu had been looking forward to seeing the 2 spirit lightnings merge with the mysterious spirit root. He did not know what the final battle strength would be. Now, he finally had the chance. At that moment, as Du Xiaofu activated the giant lightning tree, a wave of supreme being pressure descended. Everyone's gazes, both inside and outside the plaza, fell on the purple-robed figure who was clearly extremely small in comparison to the 2 golden-winged rocks. However, at that moment, the formless aura and terrifying power that gushed out from the purple-robed youth's body shook the entire plaza. Heavens, that's really spirit lightning. Du Xiaofu also has spirit lightning. The aura of that spirit lightning is so terrifying. It's not inferior to Jialo Juexiao's 9 underworld demonic lightning. Perhaps that giant lightning tree is the fusion of 2 spirit lightnings. I can see that it's the fusion of 2 spirit lightnings. Fusion of 2 spirit lightnings. How abnormal is Du Xiaofu? He's practically a monster. Everyone in the plaza exclaimed in shock. Swish, swish. At this moment, many of the elders and protectors in the elders' seats could no longer remain calm. They all stood up in shock. Their aged bodies were trembling, and their gazes, which were surging with golden light, were tightly fixed on the sky. The 3rd elder's old body trembled. His eyes trembled as he muttered, merging 2 spiritual thunders. Is this really possible? Unbelievable! The appearance of the giant silver-yellow lightning tree caused the terrifying energy contained within the black lightning ball light seal that Jialo Jumi was activating to suddenly tremble, as if it was trembling. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The silver-yellow giant lightning tree gave off an ancient aura. It was as though one was facing a king that could not be defied and could not be provoked. On the giant silver-yellow lightning tree, mysterious runes erupted, instantly blocking the black lightning ball light seal activated by Jialojumi. Rumble, the dark ball of lightning rotated, causing the surrounding space to collapse. A terrifying destructive force swept out, but at this moment, it was forcefully stopped in front of the giant lightning tree formed by the silver-yellow lightning arcs. On the giant silver-yellow lightning tree, a magnificent and desolate aura spread out, as though a supreme being had ascended to the heavens. Rumble, the dark ball of lightning roared, erupting with terrifying destructive lightning. Crackle, in the face of the destructive lightning, mysterious runes on the giant silver-yellow lightning tree erupted, penetrating the space and enveloping the dark ball of lightning. At the same time, under the giant silver-yellow lightning tree, electric arcs filled the void, as though the tree's roots were surging into the dark ball light seal. As though taking root and sprouting, it absorbed the energy within the dark ball of lightning, as though it was meeting the energy needed to take root and germinate. Crack, crack, under everyone's stunned gazes, a strange and shocking scene appeared in the sky. Following the resistance of the silver-yellow giant lightning tree, the black lightning ball light seal that contained destructive energy began to distort. It appeared as though it was about to wither as it began to wither. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that the giant silver-yellow lightning tree was actually devouring the dark ball light seal, absorbing the power of the 9 underworld demonic lightning. This should taste pretty good. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Du Xiaofu stepped out, approaching the dark ball light seal. With a slight smile, his body was wrapped in electric arcs, and he opened his mouth, sucking in a large amount of 9 underworld demonic lightning arcs into his mouth. He had the Thunder Martial vein, 2 types of spirit lightning, and his body had been refined by the purple gold profound lightning in the purple lightning profound cauldron, so he had the indestructible Xian body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu might have retreated in the face of other terrifying powers like the 9 underworld demonic lightning, but he was not afraid of the power of lightning. Just like at this moment, Du Xiaofu absolutely did not dare to devour the power of the demonic bone in Jialojumi's body, but he dared to devour the power of the 9 underworld demonic lightning. Crackle, as the huge silver-yellow lightning tree and Du Xiaofu opened their mouths to swallow, the dark lightning ball light seal that contained a frightening strength began to dissipate at a frightening speed. Not long after, it had already begun to gradually disappear. Crackle, the last of the demonic lightning arcs swept out like a storm. After reaching the distant sky, they suddenly stopped and disappeared into the sky. Now it's my turn. After devouring a lot of the 9 underworld demonic lightning, Du Xiaofu's face quietly hung a sinister smile that made people feel that he was up to no good. With a wave of his hand, a bolt of lightning surged out and landed on the inverted purple-gold heavenly palace. Buzz. In the ruins below, the purple-gold heavenly palace, which was originally like ordinary iron, was connected with the lightning bolt. In an instant it seemed to be injected with endless energy. Wind and thunder resounded as it soared into the sky, and instantly returned to Du Xiaofu's hand. Hegemonic Sword Wei. Without any hesitation, Du Xiaofu shouted, and a purple-gold sword light swept out. This sword strike was like a force that could split a mountain. There was nothing fancy about it, but wherever the sword light passed, it directly collapsed, spreading purple-gold lightning. Boom! A domineering energy pressure that caused one to tremble violently emanated from the purple-gold sword glow, causing the entire space to violently tremble. A terrifying sword intent also swept out in all directions. That domineering sword aura made people's hair stand on end. The sword aura was like a rainbow, cleaving through the sky. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold, and power rippled in all directions. The Demon King had reappeared. At this moment, Jialojumi's huge body had no time to dodge. Although it moved its body horizontally in the end, the terrifying purple-gold sword light directly landed on its left wing. Crackle. There was no loud energy sound, only a terrifying sword light accompanied by purple-gold lightning arcs swept out in the surrounding space like a tsunami, turning into countless sword shadows that flew away. Crack, crack, on Giallo Jumi's huge body, its feathers exploded into broken runes, and faint golden blood rushed out. Blood splashed, and its eyes were filled with shock. Ku! At this moment, behind Du Xiaofu, the huge purple-gold thunder rock finally found an opportunity. In a spurt of energy, it crushed Giallo Jumi's demon bone and true rock feather. Like a meteor, it turned into a resplendent tide of lightning, ruthlessly pouring down on Giallo Jumi's body and finally exploding. Rumble! At this moment, the sky was like a chain of heavenly lightning, and on the square below, the talisman array and seal were completely shattered. Bang, bang, bang! The entire vast square was completely cracked and exploded. Many mountains in the distance were also shaking, and the flying lightning poured down in torrents, collapsing with a rumble. The overwhelming lightning surged, like a thunderstorm from the 9 heavens, densely falling on the square. Under the brilliance, there was destruction. In the square, most of the golden-winged rock disciples were scared out of their wit. Just the aftermath of the lightning was enough for them to know that they could not resist. Not good. A few protectors of the golden-winged rock clan, who were all at the martial domain realm or above, leaped out, erupting with golden light. They invisibly connected and landed around the square, setting up a golden light screen to resist the destructive lightning in the sky. The purple-gold thunder rock disappeared, and all the violent energy in the surroundings gradually dissipated. In the end, it came to an abrupt stop and was annihilated between heaven and earth. In the sky, Giallo Jumi's huge body was flying. At this moment, the light on its body was dim without a trace. It was stained with blood and gradually dried up. The purple-robed youth stood in the air with a divine weapon in his hand. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his tattered purple robe fluttered. How awe-inspiring was he! That small figure, at this moment, in front of Giallo Jumi's huge body, although its size was small, the invisible aura and pressure was like the demon king in the sky. The strength of its aura made people tremble. Ku, looking at the sky, there was a long silence. Only the sound of swallowing saliva rolled out from the throats of everyone. High up in the sky, Du Xiaofu's eyes were resplendent with lightning, and a silver-yellow arc of lightning quietly flashed back between his brows. His body was wrapped in lightning arcs, like a purple sun in the sky. He held the purple-gold heavenly fault in his hand, and his hair fluttered behind him. He looked at Giallo Jumi and said in a domineering and awe-inspiring voice, "Do you still have the strength to fight now?" Chapter 1353. His voice reverberated through the sky. Giallo Jumi's blood-drenched body converged, transforming into a human form in the air. He cut a sorry figure. Compared to when he first appeared in the square, it was a stark contrast. Looking at him, it was particularly striking and moving. As the enormous body of Giallo Jumi that blotted out the sky converged, the line of sight in the sky became much brighter. Giallo Jumi wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth with a long sleeve. His gaze was fixed on Du Xiaofu, his eyes filled with shock, astonishment, unwillingness, but most of all, confusion. Over the past 100 years, Giallo Jumi had never met a worthy opponent among his peers. Only that heaven-defying genius had defeated him once. Originally, Giallo Jumi had thought that he would be able to take back everything that belonged to him. He had not expected that he would be able to defeat Giallo Jumi, but in the end, he would be defeated by a human, and a miserable defeat at that. Du Xiaofu, what a familiar name. Where have I heard it before? Giallo Jumi clenched his teeth slightly, his eyes trembling. After all, he was not an ordinary person. He was Giallo Jumi, the purest descendant of the golden-winged rocks. He immediately calmed his complicated emotions. Blood continued to flow from his mouth. Giallo Jumi took a deep breath, his body trembling slightly. He looked at Du Xiaofu and replied, I no longer have the strength to fight. Since you've lost, let's do as we agreed and take out the demonic bone. Jialo Changtian had already stood up and looked at Jialo Jumi in the sky. Golden light surged in his eyes. Ha 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 ha, Jialo Jumi laughed. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, giving off a mournful feeling. Ju Qi, the devil bone doesn't mean anything. Even if you give it up, with your talent and the support of the clan, I'll pass all my inheritance to you in the future. In addition, you have the true rock feather and the 9 underworlds devil thunder. Your future is limitless. The old lady spoke. Her hair was mottled, and her light golden clothes fluttered in the air. Her face that was covered in wrinkles had a kind expression. Jialo Jumi looked at the old lady, her dark eyes fluctuating, her emotions gradually calming down. I'm unfilial. Kowtow to grandma. Jialo Jumi lowered her head. Under the gazes of everyone around her, her trembling body fell to her knees. She kowtowed 3 times to the old woman in midair before getting up. Jialo Jumi raised his head slightly and swept his gaze across the square below. Ripples appeared in the depths of his pitch-black eyes. His gaze lingered on Jialo Kaling for a while. Finally, he raised his head slightly and looked at the sky with a helpless and sorrowful expression. He said, I promised to hand over the secret bone if I lost. Naturally, I will hand it over. If you want it so badly, then I will hand it over to you now. Chi La, as Jialo Jumi's voice faded, the last bit of his aura began to surge. His black robe was soaked in pale golden blood, dripping with blood. Demonic chi gushed out, rolling and permeating the void all around. His face was ferocious. Absolute, Jialo Kaling cried out softly. Her pale golden eyes were moist, and her valiant and beautiful face twitched. Tears rolled down her cheek. Demon bone. Why did the demon bone fall on someone as stubborn as you? The old lady sighed. Her eyes looked at Jialo Jumi on her wrinkled face, and her tottering body trembled. The whole square was speechless. The elders and protectors in the elders' seats were calm, and there was no change in their expressions. The surrounding disciples of the golden-winged Great Ping Bird clan were speechless. They just raised their heads and looked. You no longer have the strength to fight, and so do I. You have not lost. We are just tied. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's voice rang out. His voice was not loud, but it was loud enough to resound clearly in the silent surroundings. Gazes immediately fell on Du Xiaofu as if they had been electrocuted. Chi La under everyone's gaze, Du Xiaofu, who was in midair, the light around his body dimmed. There was a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. His aura suddenly weakened and he fell from the sky. Father, little Xingxing exclaimed. His little body was like lightning crossing the space. He immediately intercepted Du Xiaofu's body and landed on the edge of the square. Palace Master, Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Little Ying, Little Falcon and the others immediately gathered around. But at this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes were slightly closed, as if he had already fainted. Zi Xian's beautiful figure stepped forward, and several handprints fell on Du Xiaofu's body. Her purple eyes moved slightly, as if to say to the worried little Xingxing, Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King and the others, he's exhausted, and his blood has attacked his heart. His injuries are serious, but overall, he won't die. Phew, little Ying, Little Falcon and the others breathed a sigh of relief. A tie, then I haven't lost. You can leave the demonic bone. The demonic energy suddenly stopped. Jialo Jumi stood in the air, and his gaze swept across the square below. There was a lonely smile at the corner of his mouth. Golden light surged under his feet, and with a wave of his hand, the space not far from him rippled. His figure flashed and disappeared into the spatial ripples. No one stopped him. Watching Jialo Jumi leave, the eyes of the elders fell on Jialo Changtian. Unfilial son Jialo Changtian's expression fell, and his eyes were a little sluggish. He slowly stepped forward and then disappeared from the square. Looking at Jialo Jumi's figure disappear in midair, Jialo Kai Ling's eyes were a little complicated. She quietly wiped the tears on her cheeks, and then her beautiful figure crossed the space and appeared beside little Xingxing, Zi Xian and the others. She softly asked, "How is he?" "My father needs to rest," little Xingxing said. "Take him back first, and I will arrange the rest," Jialo Kailing said to little Xingxing. She looked at Du Xiaofu, whose eyes were slightly closed but whose body was faintly rippling with mysterious purple-gold lightning arcs. Ripples appeared in her beautiful eyes. Little Xingxing nodded and left with Zi Xian, Guqin Demon, Ghost Chariot, Divine Ape King and the others. On the square, Jialo Kai Ling looked at the sky. The old lady's figure had disappeared without her knowing. Taking a deep breath, Jialo Kai Ling glanced at the vast square in front of her. The originally magnificent and majestic square had been completely destroyed and turned into ruins. It was a mess. The surrounding talisman arrays and seals were all destroyed. It was enough to show how shocking the previous battle was. At this moment, the disciples of the golden-winged Great Rock clan in the square did not leave. They were still in deep shock, and had not recovered from the shock. Perhaps the last battle brought not only shock to the disciples of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, but also a deep impact on them. Originally, none of the disciples of the golden-winged Great Rock clan believed that the human Du Xiaofu could resist Jialo Jumi. The reason was simple. Jialo Jumi could be said to be the strongest among his peers. Even Jialo Jumi was defeated. How could a human win? However, the final result made everyone dumbfounded. Du Xiaofu's physical body was so strong, and his pulse spirit and martial vein were so terrifying that he could compete with Jialo Jumi's demonic bone. In the end, Jialo Jumi used the 9 underworld demonic lightning. Du Xiaofu, on the other hand, used 2 spiritual thunders, which completely shocked everyone. After this battle, no disciple of the golden-winged Great Rock clan would look down on the purple-robed youth in the future. Compared to him, the disciples of the golden-winged Great Rock clan were nothing. For a human to be so strong, he was definitely an abnormal monster among the human race. The grand competition of the younger generation of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, which was only held once every 300 years, was finally over. The setting sun was like blood, and the remnant clouds dyed the sky red. Night gradually fell, but it could not hide the huge impact brought about by the shocking battle during the day. As the time of the grand competition passed, the golden-winged Great Rock clan gradually calmed down. However, the last battle was a hot topic among the golden-winged Great Rock clan every day. Why that human was so strong was the most discussed topic in the entire golden-winged Great Rock clan. It was not difficult for all the disciples of the golden-winged Great Rock clan to know that a human with such a pulse spirit, martial vein, and 2 spiritual thunders in his body was clear what this meant. Such talent in the entire human race, they did not dare to speak of it, but at least in the past 10,000 years, it seemed that no one had heard of it on the surface. Du Xiaofu did not show up these days. There was a rumor in the golden-winged Great Rock clan that the human was recuperating, and no one went to disturb or cause trouble. During this period of time, many disciples of the golden-winged Great Rock clan had a much better attitude towards the human in the midst of the discussions, and this had increased their favorable impression of him. There were also people who secretly discussed that day. Du Xiaofu must have deliberately said that both sides were injured and there was no clear winner, thus allowing Jialo Jumi to leave with the demonic bone. Some disciples believed that the demonic bone would bring great calamity and disaster to the entire golden-winged Great Rock clan, so it had to be suppressed and destroyed. However, no matter what, Jialo Jumi was a true pure-blooded descendant of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. The fact that a human had been able to preserve Jialo Jumi's demonic bone in the end, instead of Jialo Jumi abandoning it, made the disciples of the golden-winged Great Rock clan even more favorable impressions of Du Xiaofu. A few more days passed, and the plaza that had been completely destroyed was once again filled up. Some powerhouses of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan took action and set up even more powerful seals and restrictions to reinforce it. They were afraid that one day, they would encounter another battle like Du Xiaofu and Jialo Jumi and destroy the plaza again. During this period of time, Du Xiaofu had indeed been recuperating in the courtyard on the mountainside. The injuries and exhaustion of that battle could be said to have already reached Du Xiaofu's limit. Chapter 1354. After the grand competition, Du Xiaofu had only fainted for a few hours. After waking up, he consumed quite a number of elixirs and pills. Finally, he entered the desolate ancient space and sat down cross-legged to regulate his breathing. Huff! Within the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged in the misty space. He had also changed into a new set of purple robes. Du Xiaofu's originally pale face had unknowingly regained a trace of redness at this moment. The redness increased and in the end, Du Xiaofu's face was no longer pale. The withered aura on his body also gradually recovered to its vigorous state. As for the injuries on the surface of his physical body, they had long been completely healed under the effect of the indestructible Xian body. At the very least, he looked completely unscathed. Huff! When the aura on his body reached its vigorous state, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, spat out a mouthful of turbid air from his throat. It caused the surrounding space to tremble. Subsequently, his tightly shut eyes also opened. Golden light surged, hiding lightning, starlight, and purple flames. The light gradually withdrew. A smile surfaced on Du Xiaofu's face, as he felt the recovered Xian qi in his body and the abundant Yuan spirit power in his Naiwan palace. The Nirvana martial sovereign aura and the level of an 8-star Nirvana symbol master had already stabilized. This allowed Du Xiaofu to relax. Originally, Du Xiaofu was worried that there would be an intense battle after the breakthrough, which would affect the stability of his cultivation. Fortunately, with a good and stable cultivation foundation, his cultivation was not affected too much in this intense battle. Some small effects should also gradually be removed. There was nothing to worry about. Crack! Du Xiaofu stood up and stretched his body. The bones and joints in his body crackled, revealing a feeling of power that was about to erupt. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was extremely happy in his heart towards his current cultivation as a rebirth martial exalt and an 8-star rebirth talisman master. After all, he was a young man as well. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel slightly delighted that he was able to possess such a cultivation. However, while Du Xiaofu was happy, he did not feel any satisfaction in his heart. Although at his current age, Du Xiaofu was able to possess such cultivation and strength, compared to his peers in Kyushu, he knew that he could stand at the top. Even when facing Mu Jianchen, Yu Jing Tongxian, Feng Wuxie and the rest of the younger generation, Du Xiaofu roughly knew that they should be unable to compare to him. However, the path of cultivation was so vast that it seemed to have no end. A momentary lead did not mean that it would last forever. Du Xiaofu also knew in his heart that there was always someone better than him. You and the rest. You with you and the rest. Most importantly, to be able to lead the outstanding people of his generation, as a young man, Du Xiaofu could not conceal the joy in his heart. However, this result was not what Du Xiaofu wanted. The result that Du Xiaofu wanted was never to deliberately become the number one person of the younger generation. Du Xiaofu's goal had always been to reunite his family, avenge his sect, and protect everything that he needed to protect. The Divine Light Court, the Devil Religion, and legalism were all so high and unreachable back then. Du Xiaofu was no longer the young and tender boy from Stone City. Over the years, he had come into contact with the Divine Light Court, the Devil Religion, and legalism many times. He knew that although the Divine Light Court did not mention it and was only a pawn of the Devil Religion, it was still not ordinary. Du Xiaofu had always felt the power of the Devil Religion and legalism. Although he had reached the level of Nirvana Martial Venerable and 8-star Talisman Master, he had not reached the level of legalism and the devil religion. He did not even have the qualifications to compete with them. The World Society, the Du family, and the Celestial Beast Hall were still young. Even if it was the Hahuan School and the Ancient Heaven Sect, Du Xiaofu knew that there was a limit to how much Hahuan School and the Ancient Heaven Sect could help him. There were some things that required one to rely on one's own strength to be truly powerful. I hope I can break through to the martial domain realm soon, Du Xiaofu murmured. He had never dared to slack off when it came to cultivation. You seem to be recovering well. In the courtyard, as Du Xiaofu walked out, he saw Jialo Kaling. Then, they went to the room to talk. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who seemed to have recovered completely, Jialo Kaling's beautiful eyes could not help but ripple with shock. However, she soon calmed down. It was not strange for a freak who possessed 2 spiritual thunders and could even defeat her brother, Jialo Juexiao, to recover quickly from his injuries. Why are you here? Du Xiaofu sat down casually, looking a little lazy. He looked at Jialo Kaling for a while, and then smiled bitterly. It seemed that there was no reason why Jialo Kaling could not come to the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. It has been almost half a month. I came to inform you in advance. I thought you were still in seclusion to heal your injuries. I did not expect to meet you here. Jialo Kaling smiled at Du Xiaofu and said, half a month later, you will go to the clan's secret land to obtain benefits. This is what you deserve for winning this grand competition. I can go to the secret land to obtain benefits? Hearing this, Du Xiaofu was stunned and did not react. It seemed that he was still waiting for the golden-winged Great Rock Clan to deal with him. Would the elders of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan treat him so well? These days, the elders have already discussed the separation. My father has also said that the mystic bones and golden rock wings in your body will belong to you. Jialo Kaling said to Du Xiaofu, in addition, you are the adopted grandson of my grandmother. You still have the blood of my clan flowing in your body. You cultivate the cultivation method of my clan. Therefore, in the future, you will also be the first human of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. In the future, you will also represent the golden-winged Great Rock Clan outside. Is that so? Hearing Jialo Kaling's words, Du Xiaofu was still stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Putting aside the fact that he was a human of another clan, the most important thing was that the main purpose of this trip had been solved. In the future, the golden-winged Great Rock Clan would not find trouble with him. This was already the best result for Du Xiaofu. Moreover, he could also obtain benefits from the competition of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. This was an unexpected surprise for Du Xiaofu. I will go in half a month. How could Du Xiaofu not want the benefits of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan? He immediately nodded and agreed. He could not wait to go in immediately. Okay. Jialo Kaling nodded and looked at Du Xiaofu with a slight smile. Her expression seemed to be a little unusual. Then, her valiant and beautiful face became slightly serious. She said to Du Xiaofu, as Zhu Jiao's elder sister, I have to thank you for the matter of Zhu Jiao. What are you thanking me for? I don't seem to know what happened later. By the way, how is Zhu Jiao? Du Xiaofu also smiled and asked Jialo Kaling. He is very stubborn. He took the demon bone and left. I don't know if he will return to the clan in this lifetime. I also hope that the rumor of the demon bone will not become a reality. Jialo Kaling did not say much to Du Xiaofu. Then, on her valiant and beautiful face, she frowned slightly and her expression became a little gloomy. The rumor of the demon bone had always been a taboo in the clan. Everyone would turn pale at the mention of the demon bone. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows slightly. That day in the square, he also heard the words of the clan leader, Jialo Changtian. Jialo Jumi's demon bone seemed to bring a great disaster to the whole world and the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. However, Du Xiaofu did not know much about the demon bone. After hesitating for a while, he asked Jialo Kaling, "Pardon me for asking, but what exactly is the demon bone? Will it bring about terrible consequences?" "No matter what, this matter is already related to you." "Then, I will tell you." Jialo Kaling sighed. "Then," she said to Du Xiaofu, "our golden-winged great rock clan is one of the supreme clans among the beasts. There has always been a legend." Du Xiaofu listened and nodded slightly. Jialo Kaling was right. The golden-winged great rock clan was undeniably one of the supreme clans among the beasts. Then, from Jialo Kaling's narration, Du Xiaofu also learned about the legend of the demon bone. In the golden-winged great rock clan, the pure-blooded descendants of the golden-winged great rock clan had high and low bloodline density. There were also strong and weak heavenly talent. There had always been a legend in the clan. If there was a person with an extremely high bloodline, it would condense into a true bone in his body. Within the true bone, there was a mighty power that could be closest to the ancestors of the golden-winged great rock clan. When a golden-winged great rock with the true bone was born, he would be the most outstanding person in the entire golden-winged great rock clan. To be able to obtain the blessing of the heavens, there was no doubt that his future would be limitless. Most importantly, it was rumored that the true bone might contain the bloodline inheritance of the golden-winged great rock clan's ancestors. Once there was an opportunity to comprehend it, then at that time, he would truly be able to soar in the sky, shake the 9 heavens, and become a supreme being in the world. However, the demon bone had a completely different feeling. Chapter 1355. Legend had it that in ancient times, a golden-winged great rock powerhouse turned demonic and became the supreme demonic rock. The demonic rock lost its mind and wreaked havoc in the world. It slaughtered everywhere, causing rivers of blood to flow and corpses to be strewn everywhere. No one in the golden-winged great rock race could suppress the demonic rock. The demonic rock almost brought the entire golden-winged great rock race to eternal damnation. For tens of thousands of years, the golden-winged great rock race was unable to recover. In the end, the demonic rock was suppressed under the combined efforts of the top powerhouses in the world. However, the demonic rock chose to self-destruct in the end. It also left behind a prophecy that the demonic rock would reappear in the golden-winged great rock race. Over the years, the legend of the demonic bone had long been forgotten by the golden-winged great rock race until Jialo Jumi appeared. He had the demonic bone and could compete with Jialo Jueyu's true bone. The legend of the demonic bone made the race worried. They always wanted Jialo Jumi to give it up. However, the demonic bone brought great benefits, so Jialo Jumi did not want to give it up. He also knew about the legend of the demonic bone, but he was always sure that he could control the demonic nature. The demonic bone was born with him. This was not his fault. He had never done anything that affected the race, so the race could not get rid of his demonic bone. In addition, the old lady doted on him. Jialo Jumi was also the son of the race leader, so his identity was somewhat special. This matter had been delayed. Until 93 years ago, the race decided to take out 9 true rock feathers, hoping to give them to the most promising junior of the race, who could go the furthest. Hence, in the competition between the younger generation, only Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Jumi were left. The two of them fought for thousands of rounds, but there was no clear winner. The two of them used true bone and demonic bone, but they were still injured. There was no clear winner. However, in the end, the race still gave the 9 true rock feathers to Jialo Ju. The stronger Jialo Jumi was, the more the race's elders were worried. Seeing that Jialo Jumi and Jialo Jueyu were tied, they once again asked Jialo Jumi to give up the demonic bone. In Jialo Jumi Jialo Jumi left the golden-winged great rock race. What happened next? Geru Kaling didn't say anything more. Du Xiaofu already knew. I hope that Zhu Jiu won't truly fuse with the demon bone. Otherwise, if the rumors are true, the consequences will be unimaginable. Jialo Kai Ling frowned. Jialo Jumi was her younger brother. She couldn't bear to take the demonic bone away from him. However, if the rumors about the demon bone really did appear, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was not what she wanted either. A piece of bone may not mean anything, Du Xiaofu said softly. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. Back then, when they fought to a draw, he was deeply moved by Jialo Jumi. However, it was a fact that Du Xiaofu had used up too much of his energy back then. The 9 underworld demonic lightning he had devoured was also wreaking havoc in his body, making it difficult for him to continue. I hope so. Jialo Kai Ling smiled bitterly. Her beautiful face could still move one's heart and soul. Du Xiaofu also smiled bitterly. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. He smiled at Jialo Kai Ling and asked, I am now considered an outsider of the golden-winged Great Rock Race. I wonder if I can walk around in the golden-winged Great Rock Race? Looking at Du Xiaofu, Jialo Kai Ling's brows relaxed a little. She glanced at Du Xiaofu and said with a smile, You don't want to walk around. You want to find a place to comprehend the secret techniques and divine abilities of the golden-winged Great Rock Race, right? Du Xiaofu smiled embarrassedly. It could be considered as a tacit agreement. Jialo Kai Ling rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu and said, The race has already agreed that you can obtain the benefits of the grand competition. They shouldn't object to you going to those secret realms. Although you have the secret bone of my race and miraculously merged with it, it seems that the secret bone is incomplete. You don't have the true bloodline of my race, so some divine abilities can't be stored in the power of your bloodline. It's good to go around and have a look, but you have to pay attention to the time. Jialo Kai Ling told Du Xiaofu about some places and gave Du Xiaofu a badge, so that it would be convenient for him to enter the secret realms of the race. By the way, if you have time, go and see Grandma. She really likes you and treats you as her grandson. These days, Grandma must be feeling bad. You should go and see her. Before leaving, Jialo Kai Ling told Du Xiaofu the location and direction of Grandma Du Xiaofu. Okay. Du Xiaofu nodded. It wasn't difficult to know that Grandma was feeling bad because of the matter with Jialo Jueju. Not long after Jialo Kai Ling left, Du Xiaofu saw Zi Xian when he was about to walk out of the small hall. The purple dress swayed, revealing a tall figure. That graceful and alluring lady brought a pair of slender and beautiful legs with her as she walked into the small hall in a graceful manner. This caused Du Xiaofu to secretly take a few more glances as he cried out in his heart. Your luck seems to be good. Don't forget about my secret bone. Just as Du Xiaofu's thoughts were in a mess, the ethereal voice entered Du Xiaofu's ears. That voice could almost make a man's bones go numb. Du Xiaofu looked at Zi Xian helplessly. It seemed that this woman also knew about the things that happened in the golden-winged Great Rock Race. He then asked, Where's little Xingxing? That little girl can't stay idle. I don't know where she went. Zi Xian's expression was indifferent and charming. Her red lips slightly opened as she said to Du Xiaofu, There shouldn't be any danger. You don't have to worry. Jialo Kai Ling said that little Xingxing will also be able to obtain benefits in half a month. Du Xiaofu nodded. Little Xingxing had Grandma's protection. With her own strength and the fact that she was in the golden-winged Great Rock Race, he didn't have to worry too much. Originally, Du Xiaofu had planned to leave the golden-winged Great Rock Race as soon as possible. But at this moment, there were benefits waiting for him. He could also obtain enlightenment in the golden-winged Great Rock Race. Du Xiaofu naturally couldn't bear to leave immediately. After chatting with Zi Xian for a while, Du Xiaofu left the small hall under Zi Xian's indifferent look. At this moment, the sun was high in the sky. In the courtyard, Du Xiaofu saw Guqin Demon, Guiche, Spiritual Tiger King, Little Ying, Violent Bear King, Little Falcon, Ape God, and other Beast Kings. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was not only fine, but his face was also as good as new, Guqin Demon, Guiche, and Ape God couldn't help but be secretly surprised. But everyone was already used to Du Xiaofu's uniqueness, so they weren't too surprised. As for the Ghost Chariot, the Divine Ape King, the Fire WRM King, and the others, they were all shocked after watching the battle between Du Xiaofu and Jialo Jumi. Palace Master, Spiritual Tiger King looked at Du Xiaofu, as if he wanted to say something. If you have something to say it. Du Xiaofu glanced at Spiritual Tiger King. Spiritual Tiger King squeezed out an unnatural smile and said, Palace Master, back then you said that you would give us a great opportunity. You should know that we have completely offended the dragons. I'm afraid that when the time comes, the entire clan will be implicated. That great opportunity. Okay, I know. Du Xiaofu interrupted the Spiritual Tiger King and rolled his eyes at the Spiritual Tiger King. He then glanced at the other kings and said, Wait for me tonight. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared in the sky. After 2 flashes, he disappeared into the distance. I wonder what kind of opportunity the Palace Master has left for us. Looking at Du Xiaofu's back, Violent Bear King, Little Falcon, and Little Ying were full of anticipation. I wonder if there will be anything for us. The Fire Dragon King, Silver Blood Leopard King, and the others were a little nervous at this moment. They didn't know if there would be anything for them. After all, they followed the Violet Dragon Emperor. The valley was deep, surrounded by verdant hills and clear waters. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu appeared in the valley. The ordinary and tranquil atmosphere made Du Xiaofu look around. Then, he looked at a quiet and ordinary courtyard in the valley. Stepping forward, Du Xiaofu arrived at the entrance of the quiet courtyard. Xiaofu, come in. Du Xiaofu was about to speak when the old lady's voice came from the courtyard. Creak! Du Xiaofu walked into the courtyard and pushed open a bamboo gate. Dad, how are your injuries? As soon as Little Star's voice fell, his little figure rushed to Du Xiaofu's front. His demonic eyes were clear, and there was a childish smile on his face. The old lady slowly walked out of the courtyard. She straightened her body and a smile appeared on her wrinkled face. Chapter 1356. I'm all right now, Du Xiaofu said as he put his arm around little Xingxing's little shoulders. He had thought that this little girl had gone wild, and had not expected her to be here with the old lady. Then, he smiled at the old lady and said, Grandma, you've recovered quite quickly. The old lady smiled at Du Xiaofu and said, Come in and sit. Du Xiaofu nodded and entered the courtyard with little Xingxing. Everything inside was very simple, but there was a kind of rustic atmosphere to it. Little Xingxing was already a regular here. She walked around casually, not at all unfamiliar with the place. Du Xiaofu, on the other hand, seemed a little reserved, chatting with the old lady. Although Du Xiaofu was curious about the old lady's identity in the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan, he did not ask too much. The old lady seemed to be in a good mood today, chatting with Du Xiaofu about all sorts of things, and even asked about Du Xiaofu's childhood. Du Xiaofu answered all the questions, and did not hide anything. Soon, the old lady's laughter rang out in the courtyard. Little Xingxing, on the other hand, stayed in the courtyard for a while, and then ran off to who knows where. All right, old lady, I'm fine now. In half a month's time, you'll have to go into the secret zone. There's still half a month's time, so you can walk around the clan. Unknowingly, it was already dusk. The old lady said to Du Xiaofu, Grandma, about Ju Chu. Du Xiaofu was a little embarrassed. He wanted to comfort the old lady, but did not know how to do so. Old lady, I also understand. Ju Chu's personality is too stubborn. Perhaps he's right, and this is indeed not his fault. The old lady sighed softly. Suddenly, the wrinkles on her aged face froze. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said softly, Xiaofu, if you meet Ju Qi in the future, help me persuade him. If he has completely fused with the demonic bone, you must suppress him immediately, even if it means killing him. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything, nor did he nod. He knew very well that Jialo Juexiao wouldn't listen to his advice. Although he was able to defeat Jialo Juexiao last time, it would be difficult for him to suppress and kill Jialo Juexiao after Jialo Juexiao had completely integrated with the devil bone. At least for now, it would be difficult for him to do so. Du Xiaofu then left after chatting with the old lady for a while. After sending Du Xiaofu out of the courtyard, the old lady looked at Du Xiaofu's back with a faint smile on her aged face and then staggered back. Outside the courtyard of the secluded valley, the sun was setting in the west. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed half the sky red. Where did that little girl go? Du Xiaofu frowned. He didn't know where little Xingxing had run off to. After thinking for a while, he thought that little Xingxing couldn't have run far, so he decided to search nearby. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the undulating mountain range was silent in the red dawn fog. The peak of the mountain towered into the fiery red sky. The sunset was winding and winding, and the mountain peak was like a dragon with its head and tail raised. The red glow flickered like a dragon soaring into the sky, covered in dazzling scales. Whoosh, in midair, there was a slight sound of wind breaking. A figure landed on the highest mountain peak. His purple robe fluttered slightly, and his hair fluttered slightly. His face was resolute and determined. It was Du Xiaofu. Around the mountain peak, the shadows of the mountains were shrouded in the afterglow. It was like a red veil draped over the wings of a cicada, appearing ethereal and vast. This mountain peak was the most majestic. Du Xiaofu landed on the ground and looked up. Not far away, on the peak of the mountain, there was a tall and majestic figure, shrouded in a golden glow. It's him. Du Xiaofu was stunned. He had felt an aura here. He originally thought that little Xingxing had run here, but he didn't expect that the person on the peak was actually him. Although Du Xiaofu had only seen this figure once, looking at the back, it wasn't difficult to recognize who it was. After being stunned for a moment, Du Xiaofu felt somewhat nervous. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Patriarch. I didn't mean to offend you. I'll leave now." Du Xiaofu immediately turned around, wanting to leave. Facing the Patriarch of the Great Golden-Winged Rock Race, a terrifying figure who could make the world tremble with a stomp of his foot, Du Xiaofu felt some pressure in his heart. For Du Xiaofu, this kind of pressure was not only because of the former's reputation and aura, but also because of Jialo Jumi. He had defeated Jialo Jumi's son. Although Jialo Jumi had asked him to do it, this was enough to make Du Xiaofu feel a little embarrassed. The figure slowly turned around. It was a long-haired old man who looked to be in his 60s. His golden robes were embroidered with the pattern of the great golden-winged rock. It was like a living creature, quietly and silently releasing a kind of pressure that made one's heart tremble. His slightly aged face was well-defined, showing that he must have been extraordinarily handsome when he was young. It was the Patriarch of the Great Golden-Winged Rock Race, Jialo Changtian. "Since you're here, accompany me for a chat." Jialo Changtian spoke. His voice wasn't loud, and his aura was ethereal, but incomparably domineering. When the voice fell in Du Xiaofu's ears, he immediately stopped and raised his head slightly to look at the old man in front of him. There was clearly not much aura emanating from his body, but Du Xiaofu felt the blood in his body faintly boil. The place where the secret bone in his chest that had completely fused back then also seemed to be boiling. Even Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit in the Naiwan Palace in his mind was affected. What a terrifying expert! I wonder what level of cultivation he has reached. Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. This was definitely one of the strongest experts he had ever encountered. Under that terrifying aura, it was as if he could not resist it with just a thought. The aura of Jialo Changtian and the old lady were completely opposite. The old lady gave off a silent and calm feeling as if she had returned to her natural state, making it impossible for people to detect her. However, Jialo Changtian made people feel as if they were looking at a group of towering mountains, vast and majestic, with a domineering and disdainful look. Du Xiaofu did not know whether Jialo Changtian, the patriarch of the great golden-winged rock race, or the old lady in front of him was stronger, but he was sure that there were not many people in this world who could compare with Jialo Changtian's strength. Good! In the face of Jialo Changtian, Du Xiaofu simply replied with a single word. At this moment, in the face of such a domineering aura, if it were not for the fusion of two kinds of spiritual thunder soul seeds and spiritual roots, he was afraid that at this moment, he would directly tremble in fear. How are your injuries? You won't die, right? Jialo Changtian looked at Du Xiaofu, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on his face. Listening to Jialo Changtian's words and looking at the majestic old man in front of him, Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. There seemed to be a faint sense of familiarity in the old man's tone and eyes. At the same time, Du Xiaofu also suddenly felt that the invisible pressure just now had disappeared at this moment, and his body suddenly relaxed. I'm almost healed. It won't be easy to kill me. Du Xiaofu replied, the corners of his mouth raised, and a smile appeared on his face. Among humans, your talent is 1 in a billion. You come from a famous family, or are you from one of those big families? But those big families don't seem to have anyone with the surname Du. Jialo Changtian's eyes were a little puzzled, and he looked at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu knew that the big families mentioned by Jialo Changtian should be legalism, and so on. As the chief of the golden-winged Great Ping Bird clan, the master of the supreme beast clan in this world, the golden-winged Great Ping Bird clan naturally knew some of the secrets of this world, and probably knew more than others. I came from a wild place, a small place, and accidentally came across the bones of the golden-winged Great Ping Bird. I practiced the cultivation method of the golden-winged Great Ping Bird clan, and that's how I came all the way here. Du Xiaofu did not hide and smiled faintly. Things in this world are so mysterious and incredible. There was a slight fluctuation in the depths of Jialo Changtian's golden eyes. His brocade sleeves shook slightly, and he stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a domineering aura. His every move was enough to look down on the world. Du Xiaofu did not speak. Looking at the old man in front of him, he seemed to have a different feeling compared to when he met him in the square that day. How's your relationship with your father? Suddenly, Jialo Changtian looked at Du Xiaofu and asked curiously. Ever since I was young, he only spoke a few words to me when he was drinking. But I envy him very much. Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a smile as he thought of the disheveled man who reeked of alcohol. Envy him? Jialo Changtian seemed to be a little confused, and his eyes were filled with doubt. Yes, I envy him for having a son like me. I envy him for being able to be my father. Du Xiaofu said. Jialo Changtian stared in shock. He had dominated all of heaven and earth, and now, he was completely stunned by Du Xiaofu's words. After a few breaths of time passed, his eyes flickered, and he once again began to examine Du Xiaofu. I envy myself for having such a drunkard for a father. One day, I believe that our family will be reunited. At that time, no one in this world can separate our family. Du Xiaofu's voice was calm, but there was a hint of determination and sharpness in it. Jialo Changtian looked at Du Xiaofu for a while and suddenly smiled. Many years ago, when I was traveling in Kyushu, I met a bosom friend and got drunk. In the end, I collected a lot of good wine and brought it back. But after all these years, I haven't drunk it in the clan. Are you interested? I don't think there are many people in the world who would refuse to drink with the clan leader of the golden-winged great rocks. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows, a smile on his face. The bright moon hung in the sky, and the stars shone brightly. After a while, on another quiet and secluded mountain, the fragrance of wine permeated the air. Jialo Changtian leaned against a rock, his left hand resting on his left knee and his right hand hanging down slightly. In his hand was a small pot of wine. He looked at the bright moon in front of him, his eyes faintly rippling with golden light, and said, "Did your father take you to drink?" Du Xiaofu sat under the rock. Under his feet was a cliff. The moonlight was like silk, penetrating into the cliff, making it boundless and bottomless. Chapter 1357. Seriously, I didn't drink much. After drinking seriously for the last time, he left. Du Xiaofu was also holding a jug of wine. He took a big gulp and couldn't help but say, "This wine is not bad." "Your father doesn't care about you anymore?" Jialo Changtian asked curiously, but his gaze was still fixed on the bright moon in the sky. He felt that he could stop worrying about me, so he went to find his wife and daughter. Du Xiaofu took another gulp. The strong wine was a little choking. This wine seemed to be extraordinary. He wondered where Jialo Changtian got it from. "Your father seems to be not bad." Jialo Changtian smiled. "Of course," Du Xiaofu said seriously, "his son is not bad. That unfilial son of mine, it's a pity that he has the demonic bone." Jialo Changtian raised the jug and took a big gulp. "But his father is not as good as your father. It's just a bone, what does it mean? Legends are just legends." Du Xiaofu looked at Jialo Changtian. At this moment, under the moonlight, the chief of the Paragon beast race had a melancholy expression on his face. He didn't exude the domineering aura of a paragon. Instead, he seemed more melancholy than an ordinary old man. "I couldn't cultivate since I was young. Everyone and talisman masters have already judged me to be a cripple. But now I'm not so." Du Xiaofu continued, "Everything depends on the person, not the bone. It seems to make sense." Jialo Changtian looked at Du Xiaofu. In the depths of his golden eyes, there was a strange fluctuation of golden light, as if it was a little beyond his expectations. "The true bone is strong, the demonic bone is strong. In the end, they still can't do anything to me. So, why are you worried?" Du Xiaofu said. At this moment, he seemed to have become much more casual. There was no roasted meat or treasure soup. Instead, he took out a few types of elixirs from his qiankuan bag and started to chew on them, treating them as a side dish. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Jialo Changtian, a member of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, raised his eyebrows slightly and seemed a little stunned. "You should have some too. It tastes good and goes well with this strong liquor." Du Xiaofu tossed a fist-sized spirit herb to Jialo Changtian. This was the first time he had been so generous. Creak. Jialo Changtian didn't stand on ceremony. He took the spiritual medicine and took a bite. "I'm suddenly envious of your father for having a son like you. You should tell him that." Du Xiaofu smiled. He drank his wine and nibbled on his spirit medicine before saying, "Your son isn't bad either." "Why do you think he's good?" Jialo Changtian was surprised. "Let's look at it from another angle. In this world, how many people of the same generation can compare to him? It's just that in your heart, he's not a good son. That's because no matter how strong he is, no matter how hard he works, he can't achieve what you want him to do. But at least, I know that he works very hard and he's very persistent. He's not someone ordinary can compare to," Du Xiaofu said seriously. He had fought with Jialo Juexiao before. It wasn't difficult to know that he had gone through a lot of hardship. Being able to fuse with the 9 underworld demonic thunder proved that Jialo Juexiao's perseverance and persistence were extraordinary. How could ordinary cultivators, be it monsters or humans, easily fuse with the spiritual thunder? Du Xiaofu knew that kind of pain and perseverance the best. Jialo Changtian looked at the bright moon in the sky and didn't say anything. He just drank his wine silently. "Juexiao is too stubborn. Because of the demonic bone in his body, I don't know how to get along with him. Maybe I didn't fulfill my responsibility as a father. Sometimes I think that maybe all of this is my fault." After a while, Jialo Changtian sighed. The echo echoed in the night sky between the mountains, and then there was silence. Why is there no sound?" Jialo Changtian turned back and saw that Du Xiaofu's face was red. He had already fallen back on the ground with the wine jar in his arms. That old guy spent a lot of effort to brew this wine. It's been thousands of years. It's already good that it can last this long. Jialo Changtian smiled. Afraid that Du Xiaofu would fall off the cliff, he moved Du Xiaofu to the side. He was also drunk and his face was red. Quietly looking at the resolute face, Jialo Changtian raised the wine jar and drank a few mouthfuls. He murmured softly, "This kid is not bad." The night was full of tranquility. Around the mountain, only the shadows of the trees could be seen. The night wind swept and the leaves swayed. The shadows on the ground also changed into various postures, swaying with the wind. Looking from afar, it added a sense of mystery. Swish, suddenly, the sound of the wind breaking could be heard. A graceful figure then landed on the mountain peak. It was a woman in her late 20s. Her beauty revealed a valiant spirit. At this moment, the night was shrouded, and her spirit was like autumn snow. Who else could it be other than Jialo Kaling? Jialo Kaling took a step forward. Under her tight orange dress, the curves of her graceful body were outlined. It was enough to make people's noses bleed. Then, Jialo Kaling stood beside the two figures. Looking at the scene in front of her, she was stunned. She was dumbfounded. At this moment, the two men on the ground, one old and one young, were each holding a wine jar. One of their hands was still hugging each other. They were drunk, and they did not know where they were. Jialo Kaling was stunned for a while before she came back to her senses. The dignified patriarch of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, her father who had always been incomparably dignified in her heart, was actually so drunk. Moreover, he was drunk together with that fellow. She was afraid that no one would believe her even if she told others about it. After a while, Jialo Kaling smiled bitterly. Then, she squatted down and hugged Du Xiaofu in her arms. With a slight tap of her foot, a golden light surged, and her figure suddenly flew away. "This wine is not bad." In midair, Du Xiaofu murmured. His red face had a smile. He stretched out his hands and felt that his body was soft. The faint fragrance was pleasant. He immediately hugged her tightly. Unintentionally, a demonic claw fell on the softest part of Jialo Kaling's chest. "Little bastard, what are you doing?" Under the moonlight, Jialo Kaling shouted in midair. However, it was useless. "Little bastard." Jialo Kaling helplessly snorted. She could only throw the demonic claw away. While Du Xiaofu was in a daze, he let out a soft snort from his throat. Conveniently, he tightly hugged that soft, seemingly boneless waist and leaned against that soft jade, occasionally rubbing himself against it. "So, you're a little pervert. I'll take care of you next time." Jialo Kaling was helpless. She scolded Du Xiaofu a few times, but she could only let him be. The night was cold like water. The moonlight was like silk. The courtyard on the mountainside was brightly lit. Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ing-Ing, Little Falcon, Divine Ape King, and the others were all waiting. "Why hasn't the palace master returned yet? Didn't he ask us to wait for him?" Violent Bear King stretched out his neck to look outside. However, it was already late at night and no one had returned. "Let's wait a little longer. The palace master will not lie." Little Falcon's eyes were firm and full of expectation. During this period, they had been looking forward to that great opportunity. All the beast kings were waiting with anticipation. They were excited. "Why hasn't father returned yet?" Little Xingxing frowned and also stretched out his little head to look outside. "He should be back." Suddenly, Zixian's purple eyes slightly twitched. Her voice was like the sound of nature. "Is the palace master back?" Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Falcon, and the others immediately rushed out. Little Xingxing followed behind, his speed faster than the Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King. However, when the Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and the Divine Ape King arrived at the courtyard and saw Du Xiaofu in Jialo Kaling's arms, they were all stunned. "What happened to my father?" Little Xingxing immediately asked. Looking at his godfather's appearance, he did not seem to be in a good condition. He drank too much. Jialo Kaling directly threw Du Xiaofu to the spiritual fantasy Tiger King. After glaring at Du Xiaofu, she turned around and left. The palace master is drunk. Spiritual fantasy Tiger King was surprised as he carried Du Xiaofu. Logically speaking, with their cultivation level, how could they get drunk from drinking? Of course, with their cultivation level, they would not circulate their cultivation to resist the effects of drinking. However, even if they did not circulate their cultivation, it would be too difficult for them to get drunk with their physical bodies. This wine seems to be a little different. Ghost Chariot rarely spoke. Smelling the fragrance of the wine on Du Xiaofu's body, he could feel that the wine was extraordinary. "Quick, take my father to his room," little Xingxing said in a childish voice. Spiritual fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and the others hurriedly threw the drunk Du Xiaofu into the room. "What about the great opportunity that the palace master mentioned? Are we still waiting?" In the courtyard, Violent Bear King and the others came out of the room with a helpless expression. "The palace master is drunk. Let's wait." Spiritual fantasy Tiger King glanced at Violent Bear King, also looking helpless. "Mother, how is father?" In the room, little Xingxing asked Zixian. Zixian placed several hand seals on Du Xiaofu's body. Then, she raised her head and glanced at Du Xiaofu, who was lying on the bed, and said, "He's fine. It's just that the wine he drank is not ordinary. He's fine now that he's sober." "You scared me to death. I'm going out now." Little Xingxing smiled. That little figure immediately left the room in joy. Zixian smiled faintly and turned around to leave. Suddenly, she paused and turned around to look. Du Xiaofu, who was lying on the bed, had unknowingly grabbed her hand. Zixian was stunned. Before she could react, and before her beautiful face could even show anger, Du Xiaofu pulled her over in a daze. She fell directly onto the bed and lay in his arms. "Bastard!" Zixian let out a soft cry. However, just as the words left her mouth, she was tightly hugged by a pair of sturdy arms. The more she struggled, the tighter the embrace became. A muffled voice sounded in her ears. "This fragrance is a little similar to that fierce woman." Chapter 1358. Zixian had originally wanted to continue struggling, but when she heard this, her purple eyes gawked. Some curiosity surged within her purple eyes. With a wave of her hand, she closed the door of little Xingxing's room that had not been closed just now. She softly asked Du Xiaofu, "Who is that fierce woman?" "Little Xingxing's mother, that woman Zixian." Du Xiaofu muttered, the smell of alcohol filling the air. "Bastard you!" Zixian was instantly furious. However, before she could finish speaking, she saw a pair of demonic claws moving up and down her body. One hand actually landed on the soft part of her chest, while the other landed on her slender thigh. This sudden change caused Zixian to suddenly tremble. She was practically stunned. That pair of demonic claws were still moving around her slender thighs and chest, and had even begun to pinch with force. After being stunned for only an instant, Zixian's expression changed. Her eyes were cold, and she immediately and instinctively used her elbow to violently smash Du Xiaofu's chest. Although Zixian had not used any energy, the instinctive force was not small. It caused the dazed Du Xiaofu to fiercely groan from his throat. However, the hand that was hugging the soft jade in his embrace did not have the slightest intention of letting go. "Little bastard, do you want to die?" Zixian coldly scolded. Purple flames surged out of her purple eyes, and purple light began to appear in her slender hand. "That woman looks like a calamity. She is icy cold and can change her face at will. However, she is very good to little Xingxing. Although she usually looks a little fierce, she is actually quite good to me. All this time, I did not even dare to look at her." The truth is, in his daze, just as the purple light appeared in Zixian's hand and her face was cold, Du Xiaofu's words once again rang out. In the end, He seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Because of what? Zixian was a little curious. Her raised hand stopped, but her body was still tightly held in Du Xiaofu's embrace. Because I have fallen in love with her. However, humans and demons are different. I am a human, and she is from the Phoenix clan. She is also an expert. If she knew, she would definitely not let me off. I can only bury these feelings in my heart. I am already very happy to be able to see her every day. Du Xiaofu said softly, as if he was talking in his sleep. Zixian's body trembled when she heard this. Her beautiful face, but for some reason, the anger on her beautiful face. She did not know why, but the anger on her beautiful face, but slowly, and the purple light in her slender hand. Bastard, Zixian shouted. Her slender hand did not fall again. Instead, she fiercely flung Du Xiaofu's pair of demonic claws to the side. She immediately broke free from Du Xiaofu's tight grip and jumped away from the bed. Turning around and looking at Du Xiaofu on the bed, Zixian's purple eyes flickered with light. She frowned slightly and secretly sized up the purple-robed young man in front of her. After a moment, her purple eyes turned slightly. She bit her red lips and opened the door to leave. Creak! Hearing the creaking sound of the door closing, Du Xiaofu, who was on the bed and reeking of alcohol, suddenly opened one of his eyes. Seeing that there was indeed no one in the room, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. His expression immediately changed as he muttered softly, "So close. I almost lost my life in the hands of that woman." Slightly getting up, Du Xiaofu sat down cross-legged. His chest rose and fell. He took a deep breath. Just now, he was a little sober because of Zixian's fierce hammer. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. In the face of danger, he did not panic. In this panic, Du Xiaofu could only make up a story to attract the woman's attention and curiosity. He wanted to escape this calamity. At this moment, Du Xiaofu himself did not know what had happened just now. He only felt that the position of his hand was wrong. Hearing the woman's voice and smelling the familiar aura, he knew that it was Zixian. He immediately felt that something was wrong. It seems to be very soft. Although he broke out in a cold sweat, Du Xiaofu still had a trace of a smile on his face when he thought about what had happened just now. Du Xiaofu did not know how he got drunk. The wine did not seem to be ordinary. It was very intoxicating. Even with his physical body, he was still drunk. It was enough to show that it was not ordinary. In a daze, Du Xiaofu seemed to remember that he seemed to have heard Jialo Kai Ling's voice. However, everything was blurry, as if it was a dream. That wine is not ordinary. In the end, Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He formed a hand seal and a golden light gushed out. He adjusted his breathing and dissolved the wine. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the layers of dark clouds, crossed the mountains, and enveloped the ancient space. The morning breeze was cold, but it also carried bursts of birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the layers of branches and leaves, and then scattered in the mountainside courtyard. The golden energy halo around Du Xiaofu disappeared. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air from his throat. He opened his slightly closed eyes and golden light shot out. It contained purple lightning, purple flames, and starlight. He jumped into the room. A few hours of meditation was enough to dissolve the wine. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu was a little hesitant. He did not dare to walk out of the room. Sigh, he sighed softly. He could not stay in the room forever. Du Xiaofu could only open the door and walk out. The morning dew was crystal clear under the dazzling light. It was incomparably exquisite. Swoosh swoosh, however, Du Xiaofu did not have time to appreciate it. As soon as he walked out of the room, he was closely watched by numerous gazes. Why is everyone here? Du Xiaofu looked around. He did not see little Xingxing and Zixian. Instead, He saw the ghost chariot, zither demon, fantasy tiger king, little falcon, wild bear king, divine ape king, fire dragon king, and the others. Hall Master, did you forget something? The fantasy tiger king looked at Du Xiaofu helplessly. It was nothing to wait from yesterday to today. The problem was that all the beasts were full of anticipation. It was not normal to wait in this state for an entire night. It was simply torture. Seems like, Du Xiaofu slapped the back of his head. He seemed to have thought of something. A smile appeared on his face. He then looked at the beast kings and said, "Follow me." As soon as they left the room, Du Xiaofu returned. The fantasy tiger king, ghost chariot, little Ing, zither demon, and the others followed. The divine ape king, fire dragon king, silver blood leopard king, and the others looked at each other and followed behind. Creak, as the beast kings entered, the door closed. Du Xiaofu formed a seal, and set up a seal in the room. Looking at Du Xiaofu's serious expression, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Qi La, the seal was set up and the runes flashed. The entire room trembled. While the beast kings were puzzled, an item flew out from Du Xiaofu's forehead. It had an ancient aura and a bright light, causing spatial ripples. Du Xiaofu jumped in and said, "Come in." The fantasy spirit tiger king and the rest were no strangers to the ancient, desolate realm. Immediately they followed behind. Hope was ignited in their hearts when they saw the serious expression on the Hall Master's face. It seemed like the Hall Master really had a great opportunity to give them. The group entered the misty space. The divine ape king, fire wyrm king, silver blood leopard king, and the others followed. They looked around and were surprised. They were very happy as well. They didn't expect that they would be able to obtain the opportunity. "I will naturally fulfill my promise to you. I have absolute trust in you," Du Xiaofu said. He looked at the fantasy tiger king, violent bear king, divine ape king, fire dragon king, and the others. He said seriously, "Ghost chariot, you have the bloodline of the nine-headed phoenix. Rumor has it that the nine-headed phoenix is related to the Phoenix clan. If you can obtain the inheritance of the ancient phoenix, what will happen? Fantasy Tiger King, you have the bloodline of the Tiger clan. If you can obtain the inheritance of the ancient white tiger, what will happen? Little Falcon, you are the true form of the space-rending blade falcon. If you can obtain the inheritance of the ancient Qin Yuan, what will happen? Violent Bear King, your true form is the violent earth-rending bear. If you can obtain the inheritance of the ancient Sky Bear, what will happen? Little Ing, you also have the bloodline of the dragons. If you can obtain the inheritance of the ancient Paleo, what will happen? Divine Ape King, if you can obtain the inheritance of the ancient nine netherworld Sky Ape, what will happen? Du Xiaofu spoke unhurriedly, pausing between each word as he looked at the Beast Kings. At this moment, they heard Du Xiaofu mention the ancient phoenix, the primordial white tiger, Qin Yuan, primordial heavenly bear, Paleo, primordial nine serenities Sky Ape, the ape deity king, little Ing, and the others all trembled as their bodies trembled. Even Gui Che's eyes trembled as a bloody aura surged from his body. If we can obtain the inheritance of the ancient era, it will be enough for us to be reborn. At that time, even if we meet the dragons and phoenixes, we will be able to fight them directly. The divine Ape King suppressed his emotions and sighed helplessly. Those are all ancient era existences. Many of their bloodlines have already disappeared. If only those ancient era inheritances existed. Hearing that, the violent Bear King and the others sighed. Many of those primordial bloodlines were as powerful as the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan in the primordial era. Many of them were even related to their current bloodlines and could be considered their ancestors. But now, those existences had already disappeared from this world. It was rumored that during the Dragon Phoenix tribulation, many ancient era bloodlines had disappeared. Looking at the Beast Kings, Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across them one by one. Golden light surged in his eyes as he said, Others may not have those ancient era inheritances, but that doesn't mean that I don't have them. But I want to make it clear to all of you. Today, I will give you the opportunity, which means that from now on, all of you are my people. If any of you betray me, I will not show mercy. Little Falcon was feeling a little regretful. If he could really obtain the inheritance of the ancient Qin Yuan, it would not be as simple as being reborn. Hearing the palace master's words, it seemed that there really was such an inheritance. His gaze trembled fiercely as he asked in a trembling voice, "Palace master, do you really have those inheritances?" Boom! Du Xiaofu did not speak. He formed a seal with his hand, and a dazzling rune flashed out from between his eyebrows. Then, like a storm, it enveloped everyone, and the space around them suddenly fluctuated. Chi-Chi, when everyone reappeared, they appeared on a vast square in an ancient space. The ancient space seemed as if it had already experienced the passage of countless years. It was suffused with a desolate and ancient aura, and it spoke of the silence of the vicissitudes of life. Roar, vaguely, the roar of thousands of beasts resounded in this space. It came from the heavenly palace in front of them. Chapter 1359. The roars of 10,000 beasts reverberated through the air, like the roars of peerless beasts. A towering and boundlessly large hall appeared in front of everyone's line of sight. It was so tall that it seemed to be without a roof. The floating hall was so tall that no one could see it even if they raised their head. The beast kings felt insignificant before it, as if they were ants. Their hearts trembled for no reason. Under that terrifying aura, it was as if they were facing an ancient beast. The beast souls of all the beast kings trembled violently, involuntarily circulating their energy to resist that terrifying aura. Celestial Beast Hall, it's Celestial Beast Hall. Guiche, the Ape King, Wild Bear King, Illusion Tiger King, Little Falcon, and the others all trembled as they looked up at the enormous hall. Even Qin Mo's expression changed dramatically. This is the Celestial Beast Hall, could it be? Heavens, the Hall Master obtained the Celestial Beast Hall. Little Ing was stunned. Only then did he get a good look at the colossal structure in front of him. Its entire body was covered in rising beast patterns, and the roars of 10,000 beasts could be heard. The hall was vast and majestic, and its aura was soul-shaking. If it wasn't the Celestial Beast Hall of the Celestial Beast Tomb, what else could it be? Looking at the enormous Celestial Beast Hall, Du Xiaofu looked at everyone and said calmly, "This is the Celestial Beast Hall. It contains the ancient inheritance you want." The ancient inheritance. The Hall Master actually obtained the Celestial Beast Hall. The eyes of all the Beast Kings trembled violently at this moment. According to the ancient legends, the Celestial Beast Hall contained great benefit. Whoever obtained the Celestial Beast Hall would obtain the Beast Region. But in the end, the Celestial Beast Hall had silently fallen into the hands of the purple-robed young man in front of them, despite the dragons and phoenixes of the Beast Region vying for the treasures in the Celestial Beast Tomb. The Illusion Tiger King, Wild Bear King, Little Ing, Little Falcon, and the others looked at each other. Their eyes flashed, and in the end they all knelt on one knee and said, "We pledge our lives to the Hall Master. If we betray him, we will be burned by lightning. We pledge our lives to the Purple Dragon Emperor and the Hall Master. We will never betray him." The Divine Ape King, Fire Wyrm King, Silver Blood Leopard King, and the others followed suit. Their voices reverberated in the square. The ferocious eyes of the Beast Kings were filled with respect. From the Heavenly Beast's tomb until now they had been forced to submit. Then, they had watched the ferocious Demon King fight the dragons. Then, they had watched the great battle between the golden-winged rocks, Jialo Juekong and Jialo Juekong. These Beast Kings had all seen it with their own eyes. All along the way, even though they had already submitted, the purple-robed young man before them had never made things difficult for them. In fact, he had even protected them at all times. All of them were well aware of this. Moreover, it was not difficult for the demonic beast kings to know that the monstrous young man in front of them, based on his ferocious performance along the way, would probably become a terrifying existence in this world before long. At that time, there would definitely be benefits and no harm for them to follow him. The ferocious demon king still had the blood of the golden-winged rocks in his veins. At this moment, he had a great connection with the golden-winged rocks. Following him would definitely not cause them to lose their status. It would be difficult for other beasts to establish a relationship with the golden-winged rock. At this moment, within the heavenly beast hall, the ancient phoenix, the ancient 9 netherworld sky ape, the ancient white tiger, and the other legacies were all absolute treasures in this world. The purple-robed young man before them was also willing to give them the legacies. If they could obtain those legacies, they all knew in their hearts what benefits they would obtain. I am already a member of the Heavenly Beast Hall. I will always be one. Gui Che knelt on the ground with one knee. His scarlet hair was like fire and blood. On his handsome face, his scarlet eyes were sharp and deep. He unconsciously gave off a feeling of endless pressure. However, at this moment, he was also filled with reverence. Who in the beast region didn't know Gui Che's name? He was a monstrous existence. He could even contend against dragons of the same generation. Back when he defeated Dragon 9, his name had shaken the beast region. He was also an absolutely arrogant individual. Even the dragons had never submitted to him. But on this journey, he had been forced to submit at the beginning. Now Gui Che, the Phantom Tiger King, Little Ying, and the others were the same. In the end, they were deeply shaken, and their hearts were filled with reverence and submission. Looking at the beast kings before him, Du Xiaofu smiled with satisfaction. Then, he raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes slightly. He formed a seal with his hands and said, "All of you go in. The legacies you want are all inside. Whether or not you can obtain them will depend on yourselves. As for what other legacies you can obtain, it will depend on your own luck." Boom! As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, the space trembled. In the depths of the heavenly beast hall in front of the square, a faint aura spread out. Then, light surged out and 10,000 beasts roared as the door opened. "Thank you, Hall Master." Phantom Tiger King, Little Ying, Silver Blood Leopard King, Fire Dragon King, Little Falcon, and the others' eyes were red. Then, dozens of figures touched the ground. Their bodies were wrapped in flowing light, and their auras surged. They were like dozens of rainbows that swept across the sky. They instantly swept into the hall and disappeared. The eyes of the Beast King that had been following Shangguan Qixian were red. However, he didn't know what to do as he looked at the Zither Devil. After all, he was following the Zither Devil's orders. He didn't know if the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, counted him in. But at this moment, his heart was filled with yearning for the ancient legacies in the Heavenly Beast Hall. That temptation was simply irresistible. Shangguan Qixian naturally saw it. Since the Savage Demon King was able to bring the two of them in, he probably already knew what was going on. Shangguan Qixian immediately signaled to the former. Whoosh! The Beast King that had been following the Zither Devil was overjoyed. He also swept into the Heavenly Beast Hall. Roar! As the Beast Kings entered the Heavenly Beast Hall, the open doors of the hall quietly closed. Along with the cries of thousands of beasts, the hall quietly disappeared from the plaza. The Zither Devil, Shangguan Qixian, didn't enter the Heavenly Beast Hall. He was a human. No matter how powerful the ancient beast's legacies were, he couldn't obtain them. However, at this moment, Shangguan Qixian's face was filled with shock. Dozens of Beast Kings had entered the Heavenly Beast Hall. Moreover, they had obtained the legacies of ancient beasts like the ancient white tiger and the ancient phoenix. If those dozens of demonic beast experts were to obtain the inheritance and emerge, how shocking would that be? The Zither Devil, Shangguan Qixian, finally understood what it meant to obtain the Heavenly Beast Hall and the Beast Region. If those dozens of beast kings obtained the ancient legacies, it wouldn't take long for them to form a terrifying force. That force would be enough to change the current situation of the beast region. Not to mention, the most terrifying heavenly beast hall was currently in Du Xiaofu's hands. Who knew how many legacies of ancient beasts there were in the heavenly beast hall? Thinking up to this point, Shangguan Qi Xian looked at Du Xiaofu. His clear eyes trembled as if he was looking at a monster. I have a world society. Are you interested in joining? Du Xiaofu looked at the zither devil and asked with a smile. Where's the opportunity you promised me? Shangguan Qi Xian looked at Du Xiaofu. He snapped out of his daze and asked bluntly. If you join my world society, I'll give you benefit. Du Xiaofu looked at the zither devil Shangguan Qi Xian with a smile on his face. The zither devil, Shangguan Qi Xian, was one of the 12 heroes. His talent and strength were definitely not below Mu Jianchen, Yu Jing Tongxian, and Feng Wuxia. It would be strange if Du Xiaofu didn't want to pull him into his world society. Ever since the heavenly beast tomb, he'd been eyeing Shangguan Qi Xian. Alright, I'll join. The zither devil, Shangguan Qi Xian, nodded without any hesitation. When the zither devil and his mount were brought into the heavenly beast hall, they knew that the ferocious demon king was clearly trying to pull him into the water. He probably wouldn't be able to refuse. Moreover, along the way they had learned more about the demon king. At this moment, the heavenly beast hall had fallen into the hands of the demon king. Among the golden-winged great rocks, Shangguan Qi Xian could also see that the unreachable golden-winged great rocks would be a powerful backer for the ferocious demon king in the future. Joining the demon king's side was definitely not a bad thing. Even if the demon king didn't say anything, the zither devil, Shangguan Qi Xian, would still join him. After all, he had offended the terrifying Huang Ling outside. Seeing that the zither devil, Shangguan Qi Xian, was so straightforward, it made Du Xiaofu stunned. Then, the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. He handed a jade slip to the zither devil and said, If I'm not wrong, you're a martial Dao and talisman master, right? Of course, but my attainments as a talisman master are not as good as yours. Shangguan Qi Xian took the jade slip from Du Xiaofu's hand. He had seen the formation set up by the ferocious demon king. He knew that his attainments in talisman arrays were far from being comparable to the former. The zither devil's cultivation in talisman Dao was all focused on soul attack. He used the zither as a tool to kill people without leaving a trace. This was how the name zither devil came about. The things inside should be quite beneficial to you. You can comprehend it here. Du Xiaofu smiled. After his voice faded, his figure strangely disappeared. Qi, the zither devil, did not pay attention to Du Xiaofu's departure. Instead, he formed a seal with his hand and a bright stream of light rushed into the jade slip in his hand. As the jade slip shone brightly, a bright light rushed into the space between his eyebrows. The light was dazzling. The zither devil closed his eyes and a huge amount of information spread out in the Naiwan palace in his mind. After a long time, the zither devil opened his eyes. They were deep and vast, filled with shock. He softly muttered, Heavenly Spirit Record. Du Xiaofu had given the zither devil the heavenly spirit record passed down by his master, spiritual sovereign Xing Shou. However, it was not the complete heavenly spirit record. The heavenly spirit record was an unorthodox technique outside of martial arts and soul technique. It was all-encompassing and contained everything. Countless array formations were recorded within it, as well as the refinement methods of numerous puppets and weapons. It also included the refinement methods of medicinal pills. In addition, there were also many records of unique techniques, such as the soul-searching technique. As for Du Xiaofu, he only handed over the heavenly spirit records array formations, soul attacks, and many other divine abilities to Zither Demon. Without the permission of his master, spiritual sovereign Xing Shou, he naturally did not dare to casually pass down the complete heavenly spirit record. Chapter 1360. Whoosh, coming out of the ancient desolate space. He didn't see Zishuan in the courtyard, nor did he know where Little Star had run off to. Du Xiaofu stretched lazily on the mountainside, then disappeared. When Du Xiaofu's figure reappeared, he was already standing in front of an ancient building. The vast plaza was simple and unadorned. Occasionally, there would be a few youths walking on the plaza. Seeing Du Xiaofu arrive, some of the youths smiled and nodded, secretly in awe. Although they weren't too enthusiastic, they no longer looked at him with disdain and coldness. After walking past, they all turned back and discussed curiously. "Brother Xiaofu, why are you here?" A clear voice rang out, and a delicate and pretty girl appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. It was Jialo Yueying, the one who saved Du Xiaofu from the dragons. Du Xiaofu smiled at her and said, "I'm looking around." Jialo Yueying smiled, and her bright eyes moved slightly. She said to Du Xiaofu, "You should want to enter the secret realm to comprehend, right?" Du Xiaofu nodded. Since he still had some time, he planned to spend more time in the golden-winged Great Pun clan. There are many secret realms in the clan. There are roughly 4 secret realms: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Among them, the Yellow realm is only suitable for disciples with low cultivation, the Profound realm is suitable for disciples at the Beast Emperor level, and the Heaven realm can only be entered by those above the Beast realm. Jialo Yueying smiled at Du Xiaofu and said, "You are now a disciple of the clan. With your cultivation and comprehension of the clan's abilities, I'll take you to the Earth realm. It should be beneficial for you. I want to start in the Yellow realm. Is that okay?" Du Xiaofu shook his head. The mystic bones in his body weren't complete. Although the blood of the golden-winged Great Pun clan flowed in his body, he didn't know if this bloodline contained any bloodline power. Even if it did, it would be difficult to fully activate it. To the golden-winged great rocks, the power of bloodline inheritance was very important. Since it was difficult for him to come into contact with it, he could only start from the most basic understanding. Hearing this, Jialo Yueying was slightly stunned. Then, she smiled and sighed in her heart. This monstrous human could even defeat Jialo Jumi. He was indeed special. If it were anyone else, they would have chosen the Earth realm without hesitation. However, with his current cultivation, he chose the most basic Yellow realm. That was a place only the younger generation of the clan could enter. She smiled and nodded at Du Xiaofu. "Of course, that's not a problem." With Jialo Yueying leading the way and the token that Jialo Kaling gave him, Du Xiaofu easily entered the so-called Yellow territory. The Yellow realm was the place where the disciples of the golden-winged great rocks first entered to comprehend. At this moment, Du Xiaofu wanted to start from scratch and cultivate the cultivation techniques of the golden-winged great rock. Stars twinkled in the night sky. The mountainous region was boundless. Giant cities were connected one after another. Under the night sky, it looked like a black ancient heavenly snake winding across the horizon. The mountains overlapped, and the majestic palaces were connected to each other. It was as if a heavenly palace had descended to the mortal world. Richly ornamented and inscriptions flickered. It has been so long. The remnants of the 7-star hall are still alive. Fairy Yu, Purple Sky Lord and the others are still missing. Find them as soon as possible. We are in the light and they are in the dark. If we don't eliminate them, they will be like a poisonous snake spying on us in the dark. We don't know when they will bite us. The moonlight was like silk, and the starlight was twinkling. An old man in his 70s sat in the center of the hall. His voice was majestic, and his aura seemed to be able to look down on the world. If Du Xiaofu were here at this moment, his eyes would have turned red. This old man was none other than Xinguang Tianzuan of the Divine Light Court. "We have already given the order. We are doing our best to find them, but those remnants are too well hidden. However, there has been some news recently. I hope we can find them as soon as possible." A middle-aged man nodded. His eyes were cold, and then he said to Xinguang Tianzuan, "There is also Du Xiaofu. He is also a big problem. We don't know where he is now. It is rumored that he has already entered the beast region. Don't worry about that little bastard. Someone will deal with him. I'm afraid he won't be able to return to the middle state." Xinguang Tianzuan's face was gloomy. Recently, in the middle state, Dongli Qihuang, Wu Ming, Shilongyang, Ninefold Ling, Xun Yan and the others are like the sun in the sky. Their strength has reached an extraordinary level. How is Shengnan recently? An old man raised his head and asked Xinguang Tianzuan. From his tone, it seemed that his position in the Divine Light Court was not low. However, at this moment, the old man's expression was a little gloomy. The younger generation was very important to a mountain sect. Back then, Qing Xingnan of the Divine Light Court was also one of the top 10 heavens prides. However, because of the destruction of the Stone Dragon Empire many years ago, Qing Xingnan had almost died. He had been quiet all these years. Even in the Divine Light Court, no one had seen him. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Xingnan is no longer the same as before. He has overcome his inner demons and obtained the ancestors' inheritance. When he appears again, he will definitely shock Kyushu and shine brightly. There is hope for the Divine Light Court to rise again. Xinguang Tianzuan smiled faintly. His eyes flashed with some lightning. He waved his hand slightly and said, "You may all leave." Yes. The experts in the hall stood up and left the hall one by one. Looking at the silhouettes leaving the hall, Xinguang Exalted's eyes flickered. Lightning flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "Where is that item from Tianwu Academy? It must have landed in someone's hands. Why hasn't that person shown himself yet?" Mountains overlapped and huge cities stretched. Starlight flickered and the shadow of the moon danced. In the vast space, light flickered. It was ancient and boundless. Within the space of dazzling light, a woman sat cross-legged quietly. Her body was enveloped in a dazzling radiance that was as dazzling as day. It was as if she wanted to tear the space apart. "Xingnan, how are you now?" An old voice rang out, gently echoing in the space. When one's heart is moved, things will move. When one's heart is calm, things will be still. You will reap what you sow. Everything is predestined. The woman spoke. Her voice was clear and crisp, reverberating in the space. "It's good that you have let it go." The old voice slowly dissipated in the space. Then, it gradually disappeared. The mountain walls were steep and the trees were lush. There were a few buildings that were hidden. It was not a spectacular sight, but it was simple and deep. There were winding rivers in the mountains. The rivers on both sides connected the mountains. They were dark green in color. It was afternoon. The sun was about to set and the sunset glow appeared. Sizzle, sizzle. In a small square, the fragrance of meat filled the air. Grease splattered everywhere. A woman was seriously leaning against a large amount of demonic beast meat on a grill. There were many spices beside her. The woman looked to be in her 20s. She had a peerless appearance. She wore tight clothes that outlined her devilish figure. The woman's long and slender legs were seductively curved, revealing her perfect figure. In addition to her beautiful appearance, she was simply captivating. However, the thin eyebrows on the lady's beautiful face, which should have been gentle, were slightly furrowed at this moment. She appeared stubborn and unapproachable. There was not the slightest ripple in her indifferent eyes as she continued to roast the meat in front of her. A figure poked his head out. It was an old man with disheveled hair. His body was sloppy, but his eyes were as deep as the sea. His nose was almost about to smell the grilled meat. His mouth was already salivating. If Du Xiaofu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that the old man was the one who had been chasing after Fu Yibai outside the Divine Lightning Mountain range. The woman with a devilish figure and a peerless appearance was the man's wife, Ouyang Shuang. However, at this moment, Ouyang Shuang completely ignored the sloppy old man. It was as if she did not see the old man at all. Her appearance was unapproachable. "My good disciple, can you leave a piece of grilled meat for me? Just a small piece will do." The old man's face was thick. At this moment, he was unable to resist the fragrance of the grilled meat. "I've said it before. In the future, you are you and I am me. In any case, you don't treat me as your disciple, and I don't treat you as my master." Ouyang Shuang spoke with an indifferent expression. She was still unapproachable. He. The old man smiled embarrassedly when he heard this. He said, "My good disciple, I've told you that the great calamity of the world is coming. It's not safe for you to go out with your current strength. When you break through to the martial domain realm, I'll definitely let you leave the mountain." "How difficult is it to break through to the martial domain realm? Furthermore, I'm still far from it. When will I be able to leave the mountain?" Ouyang Shuang's red lips slightly pouted. Her red lips were tender, but there was no smile that could overturn a country. Not much emotion could be seen on her beautiful face. She did not have any intention of paying attention to the old man. "How many years have you been on the mountain? Girl, your talent can only be considered passable. However, your willpower and perseverance cannot be compared to others. These are also things that cannot be improved. I've already changed your talent quite a bit over the years. Now you're only stronger than those ordinary human sovereigns outside. As long as you properly cultivate for a few more years, it won't be difficult for you to break through to the martial domain realm. In the future, you will know that the martial domain realm is nothing. The great calamity is coming, so you have to work hard to increase your strength. Only then will you be able to protect yourself," the sloppy old man said seriously. As his voice sounded, he waved his hand and a dazzling light immediately appeared in his palm. Buzz! The sound of wind and thunder resounded. A vague aura surged. The surrounding space suddenly trembled and froze. An extraordinary and dazzling spiritual sword suddenly appeared in the sloppy old man's hand. It emitted an endless pressure. This sword is called Fu Ling. It has an extraordinary origin and is a rare treasure in this world. Back then, this sword had even killed the demon emperor. Originally, I planned to give it to you after you leave the mountain. However, it seems that it's fine to give it to you first. After it recognizes you as its master, it should give you some additional benefit." The sloppy old man handed the spiritual sword over to Ouyang Shuang as his voice sounded. "Thank you, master." Ouyang Shuang's originally unapproachable expression instantly turned into a smile that was as beautiful as a flower. "I'm a little stuck before changing the map. I've finished updating today. Brothers and sisters, don't wait for me today." Chapter 1361. However, as Ouyang Shuang received the sword, the spiritual sword resounded with the sound of wind and thunder. Resplendent runes erupted and immediately broke free from Ouyang Shuang's hand. Like a dragon soaring tens of thousands of miles, it immediately shot into the sky. "The sandfly has a spirit. If you want it to recognize you as its master, it will depend on whether you can subdue it." The sloppy old man smiled and stood indifferently. "Humph, I don't believe it." Ouyang Shuang bit her red lips. With a tap of her foot, her devilish figure shot into the sky and chased after the spiritual sword. Her voice rang out, "Master, that barbecued meat was meant for you to eat. You don't have to leave it for me." "This girl, looks like I didn't dote on her for nothing." The sloppy old man smiled with satisfaction. He immediately turned around and picked up the piping hot barbecued meat as if he had not eaten for 3,000 years. He wolfed it down, as if he was afraid that someone would come and snatch it away. In the vast and mysterious space, golden light flickered all around. Mysterious runes rippled, as if there were many golden-winged rocks soaring in the sky. In the center of the space, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged. Golden light shot into the sky from his body like a rising sun. At this moment, in this mysterious space, with Du Xiaofu as the center, Many golden mysterious runes surged out. A domineering aura burst out from the golden talisman engravings around Du Xiaofu's body, causing Du Xiaofu's body to be wrapped in circles of golden light, causing the surroundings to shine with golden light. Within the golden light, countless mysterious runes flickered, carrying the terrifying aura of the golden-winged rocks, enough to make all beasts tremble. When the densely packed mysterious runes formed a golden-winged rocks behind Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, the terrifying aura became even more domineering, causing the space to tremble. In the next instant, the illusory figure seemed to be injected with life. It wanted to spread its wings and soar into the sky like a living creature. Du Xiaofu was immersed in a strange state. In this state, Du Xiaofu was like a fish swimming in the sea or an eagle spreading its wings in the sky. It was indescribably comfortable. As the golden light rippled, many of the golden talisman patterns on the surface of Du Xiaofu's body began to merge into his flesh and blood, into his bones, and into the half of the golden-winged rock bone in his chest in a rather strange way. These mysterious talisman runes began to constantly change within Du Xiaofu's body, as if they were taking root and sprouting. They were like seeds sown in the soil, growing vigorously. At this moment, no one could see that the two ends of the golden-winged great rock mystic bone in Du Xiaofu's chest were beginning to be inscribed with talisman mystic patterns. Mysterious runes and mysterious runes. Runes and the golden-winged rock's wings. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's entire body was transforming. This transformation did not come from the surface of his body, but from the inside out. It gave him an indescribable feeling. This feeling spread throughout Du Xiaofu's body. In a daze, Du Xiaofu could feel the golden mysterious runes in his bones, and even in his blood. His limbs, flesh, and meridians were all resonating with the mysterious runes. Under this feeling, Du Xiaofu felt as if he had become a real golden-winged rock. He did not know when it started, but Du Xiaofu's body began to resonate. It came from every bone. Those golden talisman patterns were engraved in his body, taking root and sprouting. Du Xiaofu also learned a lot of information, all of which were related to the golden-winged great rock. It was as if he had received some kind of inheritance. Screech, the golden-winged rocks behind him screeched and changed. Du Xiaofu's body and the golden-winged rocks behind him were connected, as if the two had already merged into one. The golden-winged rocks were his spirit, and the body that was sitting cross-legged was his form. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was becoming one from the inside out, and from the outside in, as if he was about to transform into a real rock. Walala, under this change, the aura on Du Xiaofu's body became more and more domineering and awe-inspiring. The golden-winged rock behind him flapped its wings and circled around, changing unpredictably. A terrifying pressure swept out, causing the entire space to rumble and tremble. Time slowly passed. In this state, Du Xiaofu also seemed to have lost the concept of time. The continuous mountain range was enshrouded in mist. This was a paradise. The mountain peaks were towering and shrouded in mist. There were also extraordinary spiritual herbs everywhere. The energy of heaven and earth was rich and overflowing. Early in the morning, the mountain stream was filled with mist. It was hazy and ethereal like smoke, like a gorgeous curtain. Looking from afar, the distant sky, distant water, and distant mountains formed a long and moving picture scroll. The mountain peaks were majestic and vast, revealing a dignified and magnificent scene. On a mountain peak, surrounded by lush green, in front of an exquisite small courtyard, a woman sat cross-legged. Her body was enveloped in a dazzling white light, like a divine light, and her aura was ancient. Walala, in the distant mountain, a green light suddenly spread out. In just a short period of time, a green light spread out and enveloped the sky. Only when looking closely did one realize that the green light was a cluster of green flames. The flames were crystal clear and rose with a red color. They were huge and filled half of the sky. Whoosh whoosh! When the green flames spread out, the woman sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak opened her eyes. A bright light surged out of her eyes. The aura around the woman's body slowly converged. She slowly stood up. She looked to be in her 20s. Her brows seemed to be frowning like a wisp of smoke. She was graceful and beautiful, slender and elegant. What a stunning woman, stunning the world! The stunning woman looked at the sky. Her eyes were clear and pure, so clean that it made people feel as if they were not of this world. She smiled happily and said, "Little Qin Qin, have you broken through to the primordial origin beast supreme?" Within the crystal-clear green flames, a loud and clear cry suddenly spread out. The green flames rose and spread out in the sky like a green sun. As the green flames rose, the flames also faded, revealing a huge figure that was close to 1,000 feet tall. It was a giant green bird soaring in the sky. Its gorgeous tail feathers were filled with green runes. It was moving and moving. When it spread its wings, it was agile and majestic, showing the aura of a supreme beast. It was a green Luan, the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. Among the 5 Phoenix clans, the 5 colored red ones were the main Phoenix, the yellow ones were the Swanee, the purple ones were the Swanee, the green ones were the Luan, and the white ones were the Swan. The green Luan was one of the Phoenix clans. Following the appearance of this green Luan, demonic beasts in the distant mountains roared endlessly. "Sister Xingyu, I have finally broken through." A happy voice spread out. Then, the green Luan's huge body flickered and turned into a young girl in green. The young girl looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. Her clear and bright eyes carried a faint green glow. She had curved eyebrows and long eyelashes. Her fair and flawless skin revealed a faint pink color. Her thin lips were as delicate and tender as rose petals. The young girl in green landed beside the woman and smiled happily. The perfect curve of her mouth revealed a sense of pride. Her aura was mysterious and supreme. "Master said that your talent in the Phoenix clan is considered top-notch. You have also obtained the inheritance of the ancient green Luan from Master. Being a primordial origin beast supreme is not enough." The woman smiled. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains and her lips were red. "I have already worked very hard." The young girl curled her lips and pulled the woman's arm. She said with some envy, "I can't compare to you, Sister Xingyu. You have a human body, but your cultivation speed is so terrifying. Is exquisite pure heart really so powerful? If only I had exquisite pure heart." "You silly girl. You have the body of a green Luan. You won't have exquisite pure heart." The woman smiled and looked into the distance. Her eyes were clear and pure. She curled her lips and murmured, "I'm not enough either. Even a 9-star spiritual talisman master is still one step away. I will work hard and become a true expert as soon as possible. When I appear in front of Brother Xiaofu, I won't need his attention anymore. If anyone dares to bully Brother Xiaofu in the future, I won't be courteous to them. There's still me." The young girl smiled. She seemed to have thought of something and said, "I wonder how they are now? It won't be long before I can visit them and Aunt Yor." The woman said softly with a smile on her beautiful face. Chapter 1362. Who? At some point, in the mysterious space, the domineering aura behind Du Xiaofu finally slowed down. The golden light slowly receded, and the shadow of the golden-winged great rock behind him also turned into golden runes, miraculously entering his body. Chi. His tightly shut eyes opened, and 2 beams of golden light shot out from his eyes like lightning, shaking the space. A vigorous aura swept out from his body like a storm, spreading in all directions. A moment later, his eyes slowly became deep and clear. "I've gained a lot." Feeling everything in his body, Du Xiaofu also had a slight smile on his face. It was as if he had once again undergone a baptism, but this time the baptism did not come from cleansing his bones, marrow, and flesh. Instead, it came from the inside out, and he had comprehended many of the golden-winged great rock clan's secret technique. This feeling was like a person who had been missing his left and right arms had suddenly recovered. Du Xiaofu was the same at this moment. During this period of time, he had been completely within the Yellow Realm, comprehending the most basic secret techniques of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan, but his gains were the greatest. However, Du Xiaofu felt that he still needed some time to fully comprehend the secret techniques of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan and truly complete the secret bones. However, he had already gained a lot during this period of time. He was cultivating the secret techniques of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. If his secret bones were completed, he was afraid that he would encounter the greatest resistance in his future path of cultivation. So refining the divine body actually requires spiritual thunder to refine the body. From the information he had gained from the golden-winged Great Rock this time, Du Xiaofu also learned about the third level of the body refinement technique that he had never known before. It turned out that the third level of the body refinement technique actually required spiritual thunder to refine the body. And it was not something that could be done by ordinary spiritual thunder, but by the most domineering spiritual thunder in the world. To refine the divine body, one had to use the most domineering spiritual thunder to refine the body, absorb the most domineering spiritual thunder energy, and use the body refinement technique to finally refine the divine body to achieve the Golden Rock divine body. There is a chance to refine the divine body in the secret space. Could it be that the golden-winged Great Rock Clan has spiritual thunder? Du Xiaofu's gaze flickered. Feeling the vigorous Xian Qi in his body and the abundant primordial spirit energy in his Naiwen Palace, Du Xiaofu knew that although his cultivation did not increase significantly over the past few days, the benefits he received were much greater than the increase in his strength. Oh no, it's about time. Did we miss it? As if suddenly remembering something, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and disappeared from the space. When Du Xiaofu's figure reappeared, it was in front of an ancient cultivation stone door. At this moment, in front of the ancient stone door, there was a 27 or 28-year-old woman. She was absolutely beautiful and had a valiant aura. She wore a tight orange shirt that outlined her graceful figure so well that it could cause one to have a nosebleed. Do you know that today is the day to enter the secret plane? The woman's long and slender legs were perfectly straight. Her originally alluring eyes were now glaring fiercely at Du Xiaofu. Today? Fortunately, I'm not late. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing Du Xiaofu's relaxed expression, Jialo Kaling was stunned. Her eyes were burning with anger. Now, everyone was waiting for this guy alone, so she personally came to find him. She stomped her foot and flew into the air, saying, "If you have the ability, don't follow me. I'll tell the elders that you forfeited and don't want to enter the secret plane." Du Xiaofu looked at the beautiful figure that turned and left. There was a faint fragrance left on the figure's body. He was slightly stunned. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face. Golden light surged under his feet. He immediately chased after her and said, "I didn't forfeit. It would be strange if I didn't go." Today, the golden-winged Great Ping Bird Clan was also quite lively. Today was the day when the younger generation entered the secret plane to obtain benefit. Although the younger generation of the clan knew that the benefit of the secret plane was that they could have the opportunity to refine their divine body, the premise was that they had to reach the level of refining their divine body. Now, in the entire golden-winged Great Ping Bird Clan, only Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Juekong could reach the level of refining their divine body. Jialo Juekong could only be considered half of it. If one's physical body couldn't reach the level of refining their divine body, it was naturally impossible to successfully refine their divine ability in the secret plane. However, all the disciples knew that even if they couldn't refine their divine ability, it would be of great benefit to their cultivation in the future. This opportunity was hard to come by. It only came once every 300 years. If they missed it, there wouldn't be another chance. In the mountains there was an ancient square. There was a unique aura in the air. At this moment, many young people were waiting in the square and whispering. There were also many elders and protectors. The leaders were the fifth elder Jialo Yuentu, and the fourth elder Jialo Yi. In the center of the square, Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Juekong, and the others were there. Jialo Jueyu was among them. However, at this moment, Jialo Jueyu's face was still rather pale. He had been severely injured by Du Xiaofu for so long. Even with the clan's resources, he hadn't recovered much. Although he didn't participate in the clan's grand competition, Jialo Jueyu was still qualified to enter the secret plane today. However, since he didn't participate in the clan's grand competition, he couldn't go deep into the secret plane. He could only reap the benefits outside. Little Xingxing's figure was also among them. That small figure and young face seemed harmless. However, none of the surrounding golden-winged Great Pring Bird clans youths dared to treat her as a harmless little girl. She was a terrifying existence that could even defeat Jialo Juekong and break through the realm of Nirvana Beast Venerable. Even Jialo Jueyu had personally said that if he wanted to determine the victor between him and that little girl, it would require a battle of life and death. Facing such a terrifying little demon king, the disciples of the golden-winged Great Pring Bird clan, who had the blood of arrogance flowing in their bodies, were also subdued. "Why isn't that guy here yet? I heard that guy went to the Yellow Realm to comprehend. Could he have missed the time?" Time passed slowly, and there was a small commotion in the square. Everyone was waiting. At this moment, everyone knew that only that abnormal monster hadn't arrived yet. They were all waiting for him alone. However, in the small commotion, no one dared to be dissatisfied with Du Xiaofu. After all, it was different from the past. The last battle in the grand competition had already shocked all the younger generation. A guy who was even more terrifying than Jialo Jueyu was now a legitimate disciple of the golden-winged Great Pring Bird clan. For the younger generation of the other clans, everything was different. Why isn't father here yet? Could it be that he missed it? As time passed, even little Xingxing was a little nervous. Whoosh whoosh. When the sun was high in the sky, two whooshing sounds came from the distant sky of the square. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. Two golden rainbows swept across the sky and landed in front of everyone in the square in an instant. The golden rainbows disappeared, and two figures were revealed. It was Du Xiaofu and Jialo Kaling. Looking at the purple-robed figure, the eyes of the younger generation of the golden-winged Great Pring Bird clan began to be mixed with an indescribable passion. Jialo Jueyu looked at the figure, and his gaze was even more complicated. "Fourth brother, don't provoke him in the future. You won't be his opponent. It might be a good thing for you in the future if you suffer a little. He is now a member of our clan." Jialo Jueyu, who was beside Jialo Jueyu, said softly. Hearing Jialo Jueyu's words, Jialo Jueyu lowered his head slightly. His gaze twitched, and he didn't say anything else. "Father." Seeing that Du Xiaofu had landed, little Xingxing immediately rushed over happily. He raised his head and puffed out his chest, looking proud and happy. Du Xiaofu smiled and landed little Xingxing in his hand. His gaze swept across the square and looked at the younger generation of the golden-winged Great Pring Bird clan. He looked at Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Juekong, Jialo Jueyu, and the others. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional and shocked. He didn't know when the younger generation of the Du family and the world society would reach such a level. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu raised his gaze. A figure flashed in front of him. Jialo Jueyu walked over, and beside him was Jialo Juekong and Jialo Ju. "Today, yesterday, and tomorrow, Xiao you might as well take 3 days off. He will update once a day and maintain a constant stream of updates. These few days I really can't write anything. Brothers, please understand how powerful Kaven is. I have no choice but to do so. Although I am taking a day off, Xiao you will still update when the time comes. Once again, I apologize to everyone." Chapter 1363. Seeing this scene, many people in the surroundings were surprised. Some people began to step back, while others revealed puzzled expressions, as if they were pondering something. Gradually, there were also people who automatically stood behind Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Juekong. Jialo Kaling raised her eyebrows as she watched Jialo Jueyu, and the others walk over. Their alluring figures gradually approached Du Xiaofu's side. The nearby elders also saw this scene and began to look over. Under the complicated gazes of many people, Jialo Jueyu and the others stopped when they were a few dozen steps away from Du Xiaofu. The auras of the people behind him began to surge, as if they were waiting for a battle. Du Xiaofu held little Xingxing's hand as he watched Jialo Jueyu and the others walk over. His expression did not change much, and he still maintained a faint smile. Looking at Du Xiaofu, under the gazes of many people, Jialo Jueyu stared at Du Xiaofu, who was smiling faintly. After a while, a faint smile appeared on his handsome face as he said in a slightly low voice, "You are very strong. I underestimated you back then." Seeing Jialo Jueyu's smiling face, the surrounding people let out a sigh of relief. Some of the young men and women behind Jialo Jueyu, who had been waiting for a battle, were stunned. Then, they all secretly let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, everyone knew that Jialo Jueyu was referring to the matter of the large competition. That day, Jialo Jueyu did not spar with the little girl and directly pointed at Du Xiaofu, wanting to fight. At the beginning, Du Xiaofu did not seem to have any intention of fighting. Everyone thought that after the human Du Xiaofu encountered the second commander, Jialo Jueyu, he did not dare to step forward. Later, everyone found out that Du Xiaofu could even defeat Jialo Jueju, so why would he be afraid of Jialo Jueju? It was just that at the beginning, for some unknown reason, he really didn't want to fight. Du Xiaofu was still smiling faintly. The corners of his mouth curled up as he looked at Jialo Jueyu and said, "It's just luck. You are also very strong. There is no such thing as luck in a fight. If you and I were to fight to the death, the one who would lose his life would most likely be me." Jialo Jueyu stared at Du Xiaofu. His sharp eyes flashed with pride and determination as he spoke in a low voice, "But from now onwards, you will be my opponent. Maybe it won't be long before I defeat you. Just wait for my challenge." Du Xiaofu shrugged nonchalantly. "I'll be waiting for you as long as I'm free," he said indifferently. "Well, the time has come. Since some people may not be too clear about what is in the secret plane, I will briefly explain. This is a secret of the Golden-Winged Rock clan and must not be divulged." Fifth Elder Jialo Yuentu's voice echoed in the simple square. When everyone heard this, they immediately turned around and looked at Fifth Elder Jialo Yuentu. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. He naturally understood that Fifth Elder Jialo Yuentu was talking about him and Little Xingxing. Most likely, only he and Little Xingxing didn't know about everything that happened in the secret plane. Under everyone's gaze, Fifth Elder Jialo Yuentu's gaze fell on Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing. He continued, "The Golden-Winged Rock clan's body refinement method is to temper the divine feathers, cleanse the marrow, and refine the divine body. Spirit herbs and heavenly treasures are used to temper the divine feathers. The blood essence of the demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list is used to cleanse the marrow and bones, and the third level of refining the divine body requires the most tyrannical spirit thunder in the world to refine the body and reach the body of a true rock." Pausing, Fifth Elder looked at everyone in the square with a faint golden light in his eyes. The most tyrannical spirit thunder to refine the body. It seems that the Golden-Winged Rock clan does indeed have spirit thunder, and it is the most tyrannical spirit thunder. Du Xiaofu murmured. In his heart, he felt that the Golden-Winged Rock clan definitely had spirit thunder. Among you, after obtaining spirit thunder to refine the body, you may not be able to refine the divine body, but you will still obtain great benefit. If you succeed in refining the divine body, you will obtain endless benefit. The body of a true rock is enough to move unhindered in the universe. The Fifth Elder Jialo Yuentu continued. His eyes were blazing with passion. It was a pity that he didn't succeed in cultivating the true rock body in the past. The chances of him succeeding in cultivating the true rock body in the future were getting smaller and smaller. Fifth Elder, do you have spirit thunder in your clan? Little Xingxing asked Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu. His black eyes turned slightly, his temperament strange and noble. Jialo Yuantu looked at Little Xingxing and curled his lip. His expression was quite good as he said, "The spirit thunder in my golden-winged rock clan is the second-generation golden crow heaven-burning thunder. It can burn all things and destroy all living beings." Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu's voice was filled with pride as he said this. The golden crow heaven-burning thunder was one of the top spirit thunders in the world. It was very tyrannical. Even among the most violent spirit thunders in the world, the Golden Crow Heaven-Burning Thunder was enough to rank in the top 3. Golden Crow Heaven-Burning Thunder. Du Xiaofu's eyes slightly raised. The Golden-Winged Rock Clan indeed had a spirit thunder. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. The world is almost finished. After you enter, the top 10 disciples of the large competition will enter 10 cultivation spaces according to their ranking. The first-ranked disciple will enter the first cultivation space. The rest of the disciples will cultivate in the outer area for 3 months. As his voice faded, 10 rays of golden light shot out from Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu's hand. They directly landed in front of Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, Jialo Juiyu, Jialo Juekong, and the others. Du Xiaofu reached out and grabbed the golden object. It was a palm-sized badge with faint golden lightning arcs on it. The number 1 was engraved on it. When the faint golden lightning arcs landed in Du Xiaofu's hand, a tyrannical aura surged, bringing with it destruction. It affected Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein and spiritual thunder in his mind. Is this the golden crow heaven-burning thunder? Du Xiaofu was surprised. He then looked at Little Xingxing and saw the number 3 on the golden badge in Little Xingxing's hand. In Jialo Juyu's hand was the number 2, Jialo Juekong's hand was the number 4, and Jialo Juyo's hand was empty. Prepare to enter the secret area, Fourth Elder Jialo Yi said. At the same time, as he and Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu condensed their hand seals, a spatial ripple began to fluctuate among the peaks in front of them. It emitted a faint golden light and faint electric arcs that sizzled in the air from time to time. Follow me in. Fourth Elder Jialo Yi said again, and rushed into the spatial ripple with Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu. Whoosh whoosh, all the younger disciples raised their eyebrows in excitement and rushed into the spatial ripple. Chapter 1364. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, Jialo Juyu, Jialo Juekong, and the rest followed behind the fourth and fifth elders. Inside the spatial ripples was a wormhole-like tunnel, and the light had also dimmed significantly. Inside the tunnel, spatial ripples rippled, and golden lightning flashed, becoming more and more intense and dazzling. Du Xiaofu's lightning martial vein and Yuan's spirit, which contained 2 spiritual lightning soul seeds, were also affected by something at this moment. In this tunnel, everyone followed the fourth and fifth elders forward, all of them filled with excitement. Swoosh, swoosh, along the way, only the sound of rushing wind resounded in the tunnel, and the rest was completely silent. After a full 15 minutes, behind the fourth and fifth elders, Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuantu, a space that gradually became more and more spacious appeared in everyone's vision. In the space, there was a 10,000-foot large behemoth standing tall. That behemoth was in the shape of a golden-winged rock, shining with golden light and flickering with golden lightning. A violent and destructive aura filled the space, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. That is, Du Xiaofu's eyes lifted slightly. Only now did he see clearly that the 10,000-foot large golden-winged rock was actually a huge hall. However, the shape of this hall was exactly the same as the golden-winged rock, and it was very strange. Chi-Chi the fourth and fifth elders, Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuantu, stopped in front of the hall. Everyone followed behind and landed, completely silent. Their gazes were all fixed on the golden-winged rock-shaped hall. The golden lightning filled the air, faintly emitting a violent and destructive aura, causing everyone's hearts to feel heavy and their breathing to become heavy. What a strange place! Little Xingxing pulled Du Xiaofu's hand a little harder. At this moment, the golden lightning that filled the hall also made her feel an inexplicable pressure. What a powerful seal! Could the golden crow heaven-burning lightning be in this hall? At this moment, Du Xiaofu's heart skipped a beat as he faced the enormous golden hall that resembled a golden-winged great rock. Naturally, the seal placed in the hall could not escape the eyes of Du Xiaofu, who was a talisman master. That was definitely not an ordinary seal. Du Xiaofu could almost confirm from the lightning martial vein and primordial spirit in his body that the golden crow burning sky thunder of the golden-winged great rock clan should be in the huge, strangely shaped hall before him. At this moment, Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Juekong, Jialo Jueo and the others were standing in front of the hall. Their gazes were also fixed on the huge hall. From the expressions on their faces, it should be their first time entering this place. The faces of the younger generation of the golden-winged great rocks were tense as they suppressed the excitement and anticipation in their hearts. Under the violent and destructive aura that seeped out of the space, their breathing became heavy and their eyes gradually turned crimson red. Elders, is this the place where our clan's golden crow heaven-burning lightning is located? Jialo Jueo could not help but ask in surprise. That's right. The golden crow burning sky thunder is below. Fourth Elder Jialo Yi looked at the people behind him and said, below this great hall, there are 10 levels. The top 10 of the competition will enter the lower levels in order. The first to enter will enter the lowest level. After you enter the great hall, crush the badges in your hands and you will be brought in. The rest of the disciples can cultivate in the great hall. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Quite a few disciples looked at the top 10 people in the large competition with envy. The further down they went, the closer they were to the golden crow burning heaven's lightning. So, the energy of the golden crow burning heaven's lightning they would be able to obtain would be more. Many people looked at Du Xiaofu with envy and a complicated expression. No one would have thought that the first place of this grand competition would fall to a human. However, that human had become a member of the golden-winged great rock clan and had indeed taken first place. Even Jialo Jueyu had lost to him. So the golden crow heaven-burning lightning was actually suppressed under this palace hall. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this golden-winged great rock-shaped hall was only used to suppress the golden crow burning sky thunder. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's heart trembled slightly. He secretly smacked his lips. Back when he was at the Hehuan school, he had accidentally barged into the restricted space where the earth-shattering sky thunder was suppressed. In the end, he encountered the earth-shattering sky thunder and planned to escape. Even the 2 domain lords were trapped inside. If there was a problem with the golden crow burning sky thunder, the consequences would be bad. It was not hard to imagine that the golden crow burning sky thunder that could refine the body of the golden-winged great rocks would definitely not be of a low level. Looking at the seals and restrictions above the hall, Du Xiaofu judged that it was unlikely that the golden crow burning sky thunder had been subdued by the golden-winged great rocks. What am I thinking? Du Xiaofu laughed bitterly in his heart. This was the golden-winged great rock. No matter how strong the golden crow burning sky thunder was, it wouldn't be able to cause much of a stir in the golden-winged great rocks. All of you go in. After a while, we will open the seals and restrictions inside. At that time, the golden crow burning sky thunder will fill every corner of this hall. In 3 months, if you are unable to resist the power of the golden crow burning sky thunder, you will immediately come out. Do not forcefully resist. Forcefully resisting will only bring harm and no benefit. I hope that all of you will be able to obtain benefits. The 5th elder, Jialo Yuantu, pointed at the hall. In front of the hall, a huge golden door had been opened at some point in time. Inside the door, a golden light rippled, dazzling and dazzling. Yes, hearing this, everyone nodded in response. Golden light flashed under their feet, and one figure after another rushed into the hall. Whoosh whoosh, immediately, the sound of wind breaking resounded, and one figure after another rushed into the hall. The hall was vast, giving people a feeling of being in a different world. It was as if the space inside was endless, as if a peerless expert had compressed the space inside the hall. It was shocking. The vast hall was filled with golden arcs of lightning. That violent and destructive aura made it impossible for ordinary cultivators to approach this place. Once they approached, they would be blown to pieces by the violent and destructive aura in this space. What a big deal! As expected of the golden-winged great rocks, Du Xiaofu was shocked. Although he was far from being able to reach this level, it was not difficult to know that this was not something a faction could do. Inside the hall, everyone entered. Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Juekong, and the others looked at each other and nodded slightly. They each held the golden badges in their hands. Be careful. Du Xiaofu warned Little Xingxing. Don't worry, father. I will be careful. You too. Little Xingxing smiled. The smile on his childish face was pure. Although his eyes were demonic, they were clear. Chi, as the golden badges in the hands of the 10 people were crushed, golden light burst out, and the space fluctuated violently. As the 10 dazzling golden lights flashed, Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, Jialo Jueyu, and the others disappeared from the hall. The remaining people in the hall looked at the 10 figures with yearning and regret. They knew that the benefits that the 10 people received were naturally much more than them. In the main hall, the person who felt the most helpless and complicated was none other than Jialo Jueyu. With his cultivation and strength, he had always thought that even if Great Commander Jialo Kaling did not participate in this competition, he would still be able to enter the top 3 no matter what. But Jialo Jueyu had never thought that he could only get the benefits of the golden crow sky burning thunder in the hall. When Du Xiaofu's figure appeared once again, he had arrived in a quiet and vast space. Golden light flickered and golden lightning arcs rippled. The invisible wild and overbearing aura of destruction was more than 10 times denser than the one in the large hall earlier. The golden crow sky burning thunder seems to be nearby. Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly narrowed. The thunder martial vein in his body, and Yuan's spirit sensed that the golden crow sky burning thunder seemed to be nearby, but he could not detect its existence in detail. Outside the hall in the shape of a giant golden rock, everyone entered the hall. The door of the hall flickered with golden light and slowly closed. Outside the hall, only the 5th elder, Jialo Yuantu, and the 4th elder, Jialo Yi, were left. They looked at the huge hall with serious expressions. Let's start. This time, only Jialo Jueyu has the highest chance of success. He has the true bone. If he can achieve the true rock body, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. It will not be a problem to suppress the 9 underworld demonic thunder in Jialo Jueyu's body again. After a while, the 5th elder, Jialo Yuantu, looked at the hall and said softly, "How powerful would the true rock body be?" Du Xiaofu has also reached the stage of refining the divine body. The human body should be easier to cultivate than the body of my clan. The level of refining the divine body is even higher than Jialo Jueyu's. Maybe he has a higher chance of success than Jialo Jueyu. The 4th elder, Jialo Yi, said softly to the 5th elder, Jialo Yuantu. If the human body is refined, I don't know how powerful it will be. It has never been seen before. The 5th elder, Jialo Yuantu, frowned. 5th elder Jialo Yuantu frowned slightly and said, "However, Du Xiaofu is a human after all. It is unlikely that he will succeed in refining his divine body. To be able to possess 2 spiritual thunders, possess the secret bone of our race, practice the cultivation method of the golden-winged Great Ping Bird clan, and defeat Jialo Jumi as a human. All these incredible things have happened to him. What else can't happen? Fourth Elder Jialo Yi smiled faintly as he gazed at the enormous hall before him. He softly muttered, "To be honest, I do hope that such a monstrous genius is truly a true disciple of our great golden-winged Ping clan. That would be great." Chapter 1365. Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu didn't say anything. From his expression, it was clear that he agreed with Fourth Elder Jialo Ye's words. After a moment of silence, Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu seemed to be worried about something. He said to Fourth Elder Jialo Yi, "Recently, the Golden Crow heaven-burning lightning seems to have been strangely quiet. There shouldn't be any problems, right? This restriction was set up by our clan's ancestors. Ever since that thing reached the Yao domain realm, the sealing restriction has already cut off the sunlight, making it unable to advance any further. Moreover, this sealing restriction isn't something that monster can break through," Fourth Elder Jialo Yi said. Fourth Elder Jialo Yi said. As for Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu's worries, he had more faith in the clan's seals. Even an initial domain-level Golden Crow heaven-burning lightning would definitely be unable to break through the sealing restriction. The Golden Crow heaven-burning lightning is after all the second generation, not the first. It received the favor of our ancestors and promised to help our clan for 10,000 years. 4,000 years ago, the first Earth's Golden Crow burning heaven's lightning had reached the age of 10,000 years. It used its power to leave behind a lightning soul and nurtured the second generation of Golden Crow burning heaven's lightning. It could be considered as continuing to repay the kindness of my clan's ancestors. However, the Golden Crow heaven-burning lightning's nature is tyrannical and destructive. It has always wanted to break free, but in these 100 years, it has been quiet and silent. This is really somewhat abnormal. Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu murmured softly. He looked at the huge golden rock-shaped hall in front of him, then smiled bitterly. However, even if that monster wants to break free, it has already lost the opportunity to devour sunlight. Its strength can no longer advance any further. In addition to the sealing restrictions set up by the clan's ancestors, it won't be able to make any big wave. Then let's begin. Fourth Elder Jialo Yi nodded and said to Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu. The two elders then slowly took a few steps forward. At the same time, they stretched out their hands and formed hand seals with lightning speed. A golden light swept out from the two hand seals and finally strangely gathered to form the shadow of a golden-winged rock, flying toward the main hall. In the sky above the square, the overflowing golden arcs of lightning suddenly began to fluctuate, as if something had been activated. A tyrannical and destructive aura began to grow thicker and thicker. Rumble, at the same time, in the 10 mysterious and vast spaces below the main hall, golden electric arcs rippled. Gradually, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Golden light flashed as if there were golden thunderclouds beginning to occupy the space above, bringing with them waves of destructive and violent energy ripples as they spread out. It's the Golden Crow heaven-burning lightning. In the first level, Du Xiaofu raised his eyes and his heart suddenly trembled. The golden thundercloud was accompanied by surging golden lightning. The vast and boundless destructive and wild aura was sufficient to cause an ordinary Zune-level cultivator to be unable to stop. It was likely that only the Golden Crow sky incinerating lightning could do so. Chi-la-la, within a couple of breaths, the overflowing golden lightning arcs gathered into countless golden thunderbolts amidst a rumbling thunder. They rushed towards Du Xiaofu from all directions. Space seemed to collapse inch by inch wherever they passed. "Refine the divine body," Du Xiaofu shouted in his heart. He immediately activated the cultivation method of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan and began to refine his body. He used the Golden Crow sky incinerating lightning to refine his divine body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu did not dare to be careless. If he succeeded in refining his divine body with the Golden Crow sky incinerating lightning, there was no need to mention the benefits in the future. However, if he failed, the consequences would be worrying. At the very least, his physical body would be greatly damaged. At the very least, his physical body would be completely destroyed, and even his divine soul would be destroyed. Moreover, even if the pain of using the golden crow sky incinerating lightning to refine his physical body was definitely something that ordinary people would not be able to endure. Chilala, the golden crow sky incinerating lightning fell and surged into Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu's body, which was sitting cross-legged, was immediately filled with golden electric arcs. The tyrannical and destructive power caused Du Xiaofu's body to tremble. He activated the golden-winged rock clan's cultivation method and directly absorbed the golden crow sky incinerating lightning into his body. In that instant, Du Xiaofu's eyes surged with golden arcs of lightning, and all the pores on his body were overflowing with golden arcs of lightning. The power of thunder wreaked havoc in Du Xiaofu's body. His tendons, muscles, limbs, organs, meridians, acupoints, and not a single part of his body was spared. Under this kind of enormous tyrannical and destructive impact, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but let out a miserable cry. The violent and destructive power of the golden lightning seemed to want to destroy and distort all of Du Xiaofu's internal organs, tendons, muscles, meridians, and acupoints. In an instant, it rushed in all directions within his body, even to the point of attacking the Naiwen Palace in his mind. However, this was only for a moment. A mysterious power automatically formed in Du Xiaofu's body. It gushed out from his limbs, tendons, muscles, meridians, acupoints, and internal organs. It directly resisted the power of the golden crow sky burning thunder, and could even vaguely devour the power of the golden crow sky burning thunder. This power came from the thunder martial vein and immortal Xian body in Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu's body had the thunder martial vein, the supreme thunder martial vein, and his body had been forged into an immortal Xian body by the purple-gold profound lightning in the purple thunder profound cauldron. It was too difficult for the power of thunder to hurt Du Xiaofu. It could be said that Du Xiaofu's body had developed a strange and mysterious resistance to the power of thunder. Just now, Du Xiaofu's miserable cry was because of the sudden fall of the vast golden crow sky burning thunder. His body also had a buffering process. Then, the resistance of his body gushed out and could directly resist the power of thunder and even absorb it for his own use, just like how the thunder martial vein could absorb the power of thunder and lightning. When Du Xiaofu discovered this phenomenon, he was overjoyed. The terrifying golden crow sky burning thunder was probably enough to destroy a Hunyuan beast venerable expert, but when it fell on Du Xiaofu's body, it didn't cause much pain. Du Xiaofu's abnormal body could easily resist it. Although he was overjoyed, Du Xiaofu didn't relax. He activated the cultivation method of the golden-winged great rock clan and began to refine his divine body with the golden crow sky burning thunder. This time, Du Xiaofu had obtained the method to refine the divine body. At this moment, he also had the golden crow burning sky lightning. Du Xiaofu didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Once he was able to successfully refine the divine body, it would undoubtedly be equivalent to a huge increase in his strength. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could easily refine his divine body with the golden crow sky burning thunder, but it was different for the others. What Du Xiaofu didn't know was that Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Juekong, and the others were all suffering from inhuman pain. Golden crow heaven burning lightning filled the sky within each of their spaces, converging into golden lightning, which then descended with an earth-shattering momentum. Chirp chirp, in the space, Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Juekong, and the others all activated their true bodies. Golden lightning fell from their bodies, and golden lightning arcs shot out from their feathers. Their huge eyes revealed a pained expression. Along with the thunder and lightning, cries echoed in this mysterious and silent space. Roar, a dragon's roar resounded. In the deepest second level, little Xingxing's huge true body was activated. He didn't cover himself with the black tortoise divine shell. golden lightning covered his body and dragon scales overflowed. However, little Xingxing didn't seem to feel much discomfort. He was definitely in a much better condition than Jialo Jueyu and the others. Little Xingxing had already obtained the purple gold lightning from the purple lightning profound cauldron to refine his body. Now that he had the golden crow sky burning thunder to refine his body, his situation was naturally much better. In the main hall, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Golden lightning fell from the sky. Jialo Juyu and the other young golden-winged great rocks had all transformed into their true bodies. Amidst the rumbling thunder, accompanied by miserable cries, they were also refining their bodies with the golden crow sky burning thunder. For them, even if they couldn't refine their divine bodies successfully, and most of them were still far from it, as long as they obtained the golden crow sky burning thunder to refine their bodies, it would be of great benefit to them in the future. Therefore, even if they were in so much pain that they wished they were dead, all the young golden-winged great rocks gritted their teeth and resisted. The longer they held on, the more benefits they would obtain. No one wanted to give up. Rumble outside the hall, thunderous rumbles could be heard from within the hall. Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu and Fourth Elder Jialo Yi both looked at the main hall, their eyes glowing with a faint golden light. I hope we can all obtain benefits. Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu looked at the main hall that was gradually covered in golden lightning arcs and sighed slightly. His eyes were filled with expectation. The golden crow sky burning thunder to refine one's body is not ordinary. It's so painful that you wish you were dead. It will destroy your mind. Those with weak willpower won't be able to endure it. Fourth Elder Jialo Yi smiled helplessly. Our golden-winged great rocks have no weak willpower. Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu smiled faintly. He was extremely confident in the younger generation of the clan. Then, his expression changed slightly. These guys will be the backbone of our clan in the future. We can't let anything happen to them. I think it's better for us to keep an eye on them for the next 3 months. Fourth Elder Jialo Yi nodded slightly. It's a foolproof plan. That's good. The younger generation of the golden-winged great rocks had all entered the secret place to refine their divine bodies with the golden crow sky burning thunder. The entire clan was much quieter. For a time, everything was calm. The central continent was surging with wind and clouds. With the establishment of the Purifying Demon Alliance in the central continent, Dongli Chihuang led the Purifying Demon Alliance to cleanse the evil spirits like a whirlwind sweeping away cloud. In just a few months, the few evil spirits hidden in the central continent were almost completely wiped out. The demon king Du Xiaofu, who was the head of the 12 Heavens Pridelings, did not appear. He was even hunted down by the devil religion and the divine light court. Although everyone knew that the demon king Du Xiaofu was backed by the ancient sky sect and the 7-star hall, but now that the 7-star hall had been destroyed, the ancient sky sect really could not start a war with the devil religion. After all, the demon king Du Xiaofu had not yet fallen into the hands of the devil religion. And for a colossus like the ancient sky sect, the bigger it was, the more scruples it had in various aspects. The devil religion had a mysterious origin. Without absolute certainty, the ancient sky sect could not act rashly. The ancient sky sect was not an ancient sky sect with only 1 or 2 people. Chapter 1366. Under such circumstances, Dongli Chihuang made use of the power he had gained from dominating the Purifying Demon Alliance to cleanse the evil spirit. Without the demon king Du Xiaofu to obstruct him, his reputation soared once again and his name spread throughout Kyushu. Because the demon king Du Xiaofu's whereabouts were unknown, there had been no news of him for a long time. In addition, Sima Muhan of the Ancient Heavens sect had not appeared, and Cheng Shengnan of the Divine Light Court had not appeared for a long time as well. There was also Du Xiaoqing of the Du family of the Desolate Country, who was once one of the top 10 Heavens Prides, but there had been no news of her either. Dongli Chihuang had now become the leader of the younger generation in the entire Central Plains. Even Jiu Ling and Wu Ming found it difficult to contend against him. Dongli Qihuang's rise had also attracted many small and medium-sized forces for the Great Luan sect, and many small and medium-sized forces in the Central Plains had taken the initiative to approach the Great Luan sect. On the ancient Heaven sect, there was a huge mountain peak surrounded by mountains. It was surrounded by lush green mountains and clouds, and in the distance, there were thousands of mountains that rose and fell, looking magnificent and boundless. Junior Nephew Sect Master, it's been so long. Is there any news of Xiaofu? An old man in white robes stood quietly on the mountain peak. He had the demeanor of an immortal, white hair and a white beard. He carried an ancient sword on his back, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. It was Elder Gu Qingyang. Sima Taxing gazed into the distance, his green robes fluttering in the wind. He then turned to look at Elder Gu Qingyang and said, "Senior uncle, don't worry. Although we've temporarily lost news of Xiaofu, we've received news that Xiaofu is currently in the Beast region. That's not the territory of the Devil religion. No matter how powerful the Devil religion is, they can't reach into the Beast region. The lack of news at least means that Xiaofu should be safe for now. The Manchu has also sent more spies to the Beast region to investigate Xiaofu's whereabouts. I'm useless. I can't even protect my own disciple. I'm not worthy of being his master." Gu Qingyang slightly raised his eyes. His ruddy face was filled with deep self-blame. If he couldn't even protect his own disciple, how could he be his master? "Senior uncle, don't blame yourself too much. Xiaofu is also a disciple of my ancient Heaven sect. It's our sect's fault for not being enough. There's fear everywhere. The great calamity is imminent, and the Devil religion is unfathomable." Sima Taxing sighed. His long black hair was neatly combed into a bun. His skin had a faint luster, and his eyes flickered with a deep glass-like light. "Junior Nephew Sect Master, there's no need to say more. I understand." Elder Gu Qingyang interrupted Sima Taxing. He looked up at the sky and said, "I believe that Xiaofu is blessed with great fortune. He'll definitely be fine. Perhaps it won't be long before he returns to the Central Plains." The Dark Forest, the border of the Central Plains. At this moment, the Dark Forest was no longer the Dark Forest of the past. In these years, under the control of the World Society, the entire Dark Forest had become exceptionally prosperous, especially the Chaos Demon City and the Dark City. Their prosperity was renowned throughout the Central Plains. Compared to the Chaos Demon City and the Dark City, the Stone City was even more famous. The Stone City was the #1 capital of the desolate country. Its area had expanded over the years, almost reaching the Lanling City. In these years, the experts of the World Society didn't have the time to go out and train themselves. They had all made a name for themselves. Medicine King Ewuming, Eagle King, Mysterious Dragon King, Stone Turtle King, Ice Python King, Flame Carp King, Extinction Sword King, Golden Condor King, and others had all grown in strength over the years. There were also Chao Yu, Hua Fankong, He Jun, Guokun, Meng Likai, and Han Exin. They had all shown their talents. The outside world knew that these people were the backbone of the World Society. As for the most shocking members of the World Society, they were the legendary Sky Guards. Back in the sealed ancient land, Yi Piaoling, Qiangu Yu, An Yang, Duo Sha, Ing Yen, Yin Tianjue, Gu Wuying, Stone, and Silver Fox were all people who had stepped onto the lightning attraction platform. There were only a few people in the Central Plains who had stepped onto the lightning attraction platform. Yi Piaoling and the others had 9 of them. Later on, it was rumored that these 9 people were the Sky Guards of the World Society. This was shocking. However, in these years, the Sky Guards of the World Society had only appeared once in a peak second-rate sect. They had also left behind a shocking legend. It was rumored that the 7 of them had swept through a sect and left. After that, there was no more news about them. Recently, The sky guards were like the demon king, Du Xiaofu. There was very little news about them. No one knew if they were still in the Central Plains. As far as the World Society was concerned, the news that outsiders received was about the three women. There were even people in the Central Plains who secretly discussed that although the World Society was controlled by Du Yunlong, Medicine King Yi Wuming, Eagle King, and Gong Dao, there were three women behind them who could not be ignored. They were Murong Yuruo, Li Shui, and Yi Zijin of the Stone City's Yi family. It was rumored that Murong Yuruo and the other two women had been in control of the World Society. In just a few years, the World Society had developed into an absolute second-rate power in the Central Plains. It was even more unfathomable. It was difficult for outsiders to pry into its true strength. Moreover, everyone knew that the World Society had another important and terrifying power. It was the Heavenly Beast Hall. The Heavenly Beast Hall's silver-winged demonic condor, housefly wing, tiger-subduing mastiff, and other demonic beast kings, as well as the thousands of demonic beast army in the Heavenly Beast Hall, were existences that any power feared. Stone City, Imperial Palace. In a side hall, the sun was shining brightly in the sky. The Imperial Palace's draconic aura rippled. At this moment, three beautiful figures were seated in the main hall. Although the three women were seated, it wasn't difficult to see that their figures were graceful. Just their backs were enough to make one's imagination run wild. Big Sister Yuruo, there's still no news of the president. The Ancient Heaven Sect, and we only know that the president went to the Beast region and encountered dragons. There's also a possibility that he encountered the golden-winged Great Roc. Among the three women, one was charming and alluring. Her figure was graceful, as if she was silently seducing others. She was Li Shui. She had graduated from Tianwu Academy and had been in the World Society all these years. She had always been a core member of the World Society. Among the three women, one of them appeared to be 26 or 27 years old. She sat upright, appearing graceful and delicate. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her slender waist. She was as beautiful as a fairy who had walked out of a painting. She was Murong Yuruo. Hearing Li Shui's words, Murong Yuruo frowned. A moment later, she parted her red lips and said softly, "Continue the search. I've already made the arrangements. The Ancient Heaven Sect has been in contact with us. I believe that as long as the president shows himself in the Beast region, we'll be able to receive news." Li Shui's soft and slender waist nodded. A deep, white cleavage appeared in front of her chest. It was full of temptation. "Let's hope we can find him soon. We still have to be wary of that devil religion." Murong Yuruo's expression hardened, but it couldn't conceal her ancient aura. Her temperament was refined. "Perhaps it's safest if he doesn't show himself right now." The third woman, who hadn't spoken up until now, spoke up. Her voice was soft and melodious. Her long skirt outlined her graceful curves. She exuded an elegant and charming aura. She looked at Murong Yuruo and Li Shui with a frown. She continued, "The devil religion is unfathomable. If he shows himself, the devil religion will naturally come knocking on our door. He didn't even send news back to the desolate country and the Ancient Heaven Sect because he doesn't want to implicate them. Perhaps he'll return when he feels he's strong enough." Murong Yuruo and Li Shui didn't say anything as they listened to the woman's words. Both of their charming faces looked serious as they sighed. "Perhaps we don't need to worry too much. Based on my understanding of that guy, he's definitely fine right now. Perhaps when he shows himself again, he'll bring us a pleasant surprise." The woman smiled and blinked her bright black eyes. She was Yi Zijin. She'd been staying in Stone City for a while. Using her connections, she'd been able to enter the World Society. Together with Li Shui and Murong Yuruo, her reputation had spread far and wide. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was the sound of wind breaking. A blood-red light swept over, bringing with it a bloody aura as it rushed into the main hall. The three women raised their eyes and looked at the blood-red light that swept into the side hall. There wasn't any panic in their eyes. Instead, they smiled. Sister Phantom, did you get any news? Li Shui stood up. Her beautiful figure curved seductively as she asked the figure in the blood-red light. Shou Sha, Hun Xie, and I went out this time. The news we got is a little strange. The voice was soft and charming. As the voice sounded, the blood-red light converged and a graceful figure emerged. Her bright red silk dress trailed on the ground. Her beautiful black hair was tied up with a few bright red hair ribbons. Her beautiful figure was extremely seductive. Sister Phantom, did you get any news? Yi Zijin raised her eyebrows and asked the woman. The woman smiled faintly. She was as elegant and pure as a budding lotus flower. However, there was also a hidden charm. She was the phantom that Du Xiaofu had brought back from the sealed ancient land. Her original form was a red spider lily. She could be considered a demon spirit. Looking at Yi Zijin, Phantom said, "We found some evil spirits to inquire. The evil spirits that came to Central Province are basically evil spirits from other provinces who came to avoid the evil purifying alliance. However, there are also evil spirits with complicated origins. What's even stranger is that when we returned, we discovered that many evil spirits had begun to gather on the other side of the river. We found out that those evil spirits intend to cross Central Province's river. Those evil spirits want to cross Central Province's river." Murong Yorua's brows furrowed when she heard this. She stood up with a solemn expression on her face as she softly said, "The Central Province's long river leads to the Million Great Mountains. It's already the territory of our world society. If those evil spirits leap into the dark forest, the flames of war will sweep through and the dark forest might be razed to the ground.